Welcome to Dune's Sleep Stories. Tonight we'll travel to the desert planet Arrakis and explore its harsh landscape, the Fremen people, and the valuable spice melange. After our stories end, you'll hear gentle fire crackling sounds with no advertisements to help you drift into peaceful sleep. Now, let's begin our journey to Dune. In the vast expanse of Arrakis, where the endless dunes stretch toward the horizon like waves on a forgotten sea, the whispers of the desert travel far. Some say these whispers carry the secrets of ancient times, when water flowed freely across the surface, before the planet became the barren wasteland known throughout the Imperium simply as Dune. Tonight, we journey through the shifting sands to discover one such secret, a place where the memory of that distant past still lives. The twin suns cast their golden light across the desert landscape, their heat shimmering above the sand in undulating waves. Time moved differently here in the deep desert, away from the watchful eyes of the Harkonnen patrols and the busy spice mining operations that dotted the northern regions. In this remote expanse, only the most experienced desert travelers dared to venture, for here the great makers, the sandworms, ruled supreme, and water was scarcer than the most precious. Along a narrow ridge of rock that jutted from the sand like the spine of some ancient beast, 5 figures moved with careful precision. Their still suits, worn and weathered from long use, recycled their bodies' moisture with practiced efficiency. They walked with the distinct rhythmic gait of those who know the desert intimately, the shuffling step that mimicked natural sounds and wouldn't attract the attention of the makers below. At the head of the small caravan walks Stilgar, a Fremen naib whose eyes, blue within blue from years of spice consumption, surveyed the horizon with unwavering vigilance. Behind him followed Chani, her movements graceful despite the harsh environment, her still-suit hood pulled back just enough to reveal a face marked by both youth and wisdom beyond her years. The third figure was Liet, whose dual identity as both Fremen and Imperial planetologist remained a closely guarded secret. The final 2 members of their party were not Fremen but off-worlders. Warwick, a trader from Caladan whose ship had crashed 3 weeks prior during a spice smuggling operation, and Dr. Kyra Fenlow, a botanist whose research had brought her to study the rare plant life that somehow persisted in the desert's most sheltered places. "We must reach the ridge before nightfall," Stilgar announced, his voice muffled slightly by his still-suit mask. "The siege is still 2 days' journey, and our water supplies are running low." Warwick adjusted the strap of his makeshift pack, his face flushed with exertion despite the efficiency of his borrowed still-suit. "I thought Fremen always knew where to find water in the desert," he remarked, with no small measure of concern in his voice. Liet turned, his blue within blue eyes narrowing. "Water is life on Arrakis, off-worlder. It is not spoken of casually, nor is it ever guaranteed. We know the ways of finding it, yes, but that doesn't mean it will always be there when needed." Dr. Fenlow, who had been quietly observing the exchange, paused to examine a small rock formation. "These silica formations, they're different here than in the northern regions. The mineral composition suggests higher moisture content in the underlying soil." Chani moved beside the botanist, her expression curious. "You read the rocks as we do, though your method is different. Science and survival often arrive at the same truths through different paths," Dr. Fenlow replied with a smile. She ran her fingers along the smooth surface of the stone. "In my research, I've found that certain formations like these sometimes indicate subterranean water deposits." Stilgar's attention sharpened. "You speak of water signs as if you were Fremen born." "Not Fremen," she corrected gently, "just observant. On many worlds, finding water is not a matter of survival. Here on Arrakis, I've learned to pay closer attention. As the group continued their journey along the ridge, the sky began to change, transforming from the harsh blue of midday to the softer hues of approaching evening. The first moon of Arrakis was already visible, a pale ghost haunting the sky even before darkness had fully arrived. The temperature, which had been nearly unbearable at the height of day, began its rapid descent toward the bitter cold of the desert night. "We'll make camp in that sheltered alcove," Stilgar decided, pointing toward a hollowed-out area in the rock face ahead. "The winds will pick up soon, and it's best to be behind stone when they do." The group moved efficiently to establish their small camp, each person performing their tasks with minimal water expenditure. Still suits were checked and adjusted, making sure no precious moisture was lost unnecessarily. Small amounts of water were shared for drinking, each person taking only what was absolutely needed. As twilight deepened into night, Warwick sat at the edge of their shelter, looking out at the vast desert now bathed in the silvery light of Arrakis's moons. "It's beautiful," he admitted reluctantly, in a harsh, unforgiving way. Liet joined him, his gaze following Warwick's out to the dunes. "The desert teaches patience and respect. Those who come seeking only to take from it rarely survive its lessons." "And what lesson is it teaching us now?" Warwick asked, his voice tinged with the weariness of their journey. "Perhaps that is what we're about to discover," Liet replied enigmatically. As the night deepened and the others drifted into sleep, Dr. Fenlo remained awake, meticulously recording observations in her small journal. The silica formations she had noticed earlier continued to intrigue her. They reminded her of similar formations she had studied on Caladan, near underground springs. Could it be possible that even here, in the deepest desert of Arrakis, water might be flowing beneath the surface? Morning arrived with the brilliant glare of the first sun cresting the eastern dunes. The travelers were already awake, having risen before dawn as desert dwellers must. They consumed their morning meal, a sparse offering of date-like fruits and a carefully measured sip of water, before continuing their journey along the ridge. As the day progressed, Dr. Fenlo noticed more signs that piqued her scientific curiosity. The rock formations were changing subtly, displaying characteristics that on any other world would indicate proximity to water. She shared her observations with Chani, who listened with interest, but remained non-committal in her responses. By midday, they had descended from the ridge into a narrow canyon that cut through the rock like a winding serpent. The walls rose high on either side, providing blessed shade from the scorching suns. The ground beneath their feet changed from loose sand to packed earth, another anomaly in this landscape of perpetual dryness. "The air feels different here," Warwick noted, pausing to take a deeper breath. "Less dry, somehow." Stilgar nodded almost imperceptibly. "We are nearing a place known to very few, even among the Fremen. It is why I chose this route, despite the added distance." Dr. Fenlo's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "There's water nearby, isn't there? Not just moisture in the air, but actual flowing water." "Perhaps," Stilgar replied, his caution evident. "But remember, off-worldler, what we may find is not yours to claim or report. Some secrets of Arrakis must remain secrets, for their own protection." The botanist nodded solemnly. "I understand. My interest is scientific, not exploitative. I've seen too many ecosystems destroyed by those who sought to control them rather than understand them." They continued through the winding canyon, its walls growing closer together until, at points, they had to walk single file through narrow passages. The air, indeed, grew noticeably more humid, a shocking contrast to the bone-dry atmosphere that pervaded most of Arrakis. Small patches of lichen clung to the shadowed parts of the canyon walls, their subtle greens and blues almost startling after days of seeing only the tans and reds of sand and rock. After navigating a particularly narrow passage, the canyon suddenly opened into a circular grotto. The travelers stopped, momentarily stunned by what lay before them. Nestled within the protective embrace of towering cliff walls was a small oasis, a miracle of life amid the planet's overwhelming aridity. The oasis consisted of a modest pool of clear water at its center, fed by a small spring that emerged from the rock face. Around this precious liquid grew a variety of plants, sturdy desert palms whose roots reached deep for moisture, resilient shrubs with waxy leaves designed to minimize water loss, and even small patches of grass-like vegetation near the pool's edge. The entire grotto was perhaps only 50 meters across, but after days in the open desert, it seemed like an impossible paradise. "Water!" Warwick exclaimed, moving forward instinctively before Stilgar's arm blocked his path. "This is Gare Rudin," Stilgar announced, his voice taking on a reverent quality. "The hidden basin. It is sacred to my people, and few off-worlders have ever laid eyes upon it." Dr. Fenlow stood transfixed, her scientist's mind already cataloguing the plant species visible around the pool, many of which she had never seen documented in any Imperial Botanical Survey of Arrakis. "It's remarkable," she whispered. "A complete microclimate, sustained by this single water source." Chani stepped forward, removing her stillsuit hood completely in the humid air of the grotto. "This place exists because it remains hidden. The water seeps from deep underground, from an ancient aquifer that has survived since the days when rivers flowed on the surface of Dune. We will rest here tonight," Stilgar decided. "But there are rituals to be observed and rules to be followed. This is not a place for careless consumption." He led them down a narrow path to the edge of the pool, where the ground was surprisingly firm and partially covered with soft vegetation. As they established their camp in this unexpected haven, Stilgar explained the customs associated with the hidden oasis. "The water here is freestanding, which is rare beyond measure on Arrakis. We do not take from the pool directly for drinking unless absolutely necessary. Instead, we collect the moisture from the air and from the plants, leaving the pool itself untouched when possible." "But why?" Warwick asked, looking longingly at the clear water. "There's enough here to refill all our containers." Lies answered, his tone patient but firm. "The pool maintains this entire ecosystem. Take too much water and the plants begin to die. Once the plants are gone, the soil loosens, and the next great storm could bury this place forever. Fremen understand the delicate balance required to preserve such rare places." As evening approached, the oasis transformed. The declining sunlight filtered through gaps in the canyon walls, casting dappled patterns across the water's surface. Small desert creatures, insects and tiny reptiles, emerged from hiding places to drink cautiously from the pool's edge. The air filled with subtle fragrances from small flowers that opened only in the cooler hours, their scent a luxury almost as precious as the water that sustained them. The travelers sat in a semicircle, sharing a meal enhanced by fresh vegetation harvested sparingly from the oasis plants. The food tasted of minerals and sunshine, a vibrant contrast to the preserved rations they had subsisted on for days. "My people have known of this place for generations," Chani explained as they ate. "It has saved many lives during times when the desert's trials proved too harsh. Yet we never established a permanent settlement here, despite the water." "Why not?" Dr. Fenlo asked. Most cultures would build their homes around such a vital resource. Because to dwell here would be to destroy it, Stilgar replied. Too many people would require too much water. The plants would be over-harvested for food. The balance would shift, and eventually the oasis would die. Instead, we protect it by leaving it be, visiting only when necessary and taking only what we must. As night fully descended, the temperature in the grotto remained remarkably stable, cool but not cold, the surrounding rock walls retaining the day's heat and the water moderating the air. Above them, stars appeared in the gaps between the canyon walls, a glittering tapestry against the velvet darkness. Dr. Fenlo sat by the pool's edge, making careful notes and sketches of the plant life while there was still enough light to see. Warwick approached, seating himself nearby with a respectful distance from the water. I've been on many worlds, he said after a time, seen resources of all kinds, spice fields on Arrakis, the seas of Caladan, the forests of Ikaz. Always people fight to control these things, to own them. And what do you think of this place? She asked, looking up from her notes. Warwick considered the question seriously. At first, I saw it as I see everything. In terms of value and profit, water on Arrakis is worth more than melange by volume. This pool represents a fortune. He paused, gazing at the still surface that reflected the starlight above. But now, I'm not so sure. There's something about this place that feels beyond ownership. The Fremen have a different relationship with resources than most Imperial citizens, Dr. Fenlo observed. They understand systemic balance, how each element affects the whole. Take too much from one part and the entire system collapses. A lesson the Imperium could stand to learn, Warwick murmured. Across the oasis, Stilgar watched the off-worlders with cautious eyes. They begin to understand, he said quietly to Leet, but understanding is not always enough. The question remains, can they be trusted with this knowledge once we reach civilization again? Leah nodded thoughtfully. The botanist, perhaps. Her interest seems genuinely scientific, but the trader, his kind have brought much suffering to Arrakis in their quest for spice. Water is more valuable than spice, Stilgar reminded him, and secrets more valuable still. As the night deepened, the travelers retired to their sleeping places, lulled by the gentle sounds of the oasis, the occasional splash of tiny creatures in the water, the soft rustling of leaves in the mild breeze that circulated through the grotto. But while the others slept, Warwick lay awake, his mind calculating and considering. Morning arrived with subtle beauty in the hidden basin. Mist rose from the pool's surface, catching the first rays of sunlight that angled through the eastern gap in the canyon walls. The plants seemed more vibrant in this early light, their greens deeper and more lush than they had appeared the previous evening. Dr. Fenlo was already awake, carefully collecting small samples from various plants with the reverent precision of someone who understood their rarity and value. She placed each specimen in labeled preservation containers, her face alight with scientific enthusiasm. These species, she explained to Chani, who watched her work with interest. They're not just unknown to off-world science. They represent evolutionary adaptations I wouldn't have thought possible. This one, for instance, she indicated a small succulent with peculiar spiral-peated leaves, has developed a way to store water not just in its tissues, but in specialized cells that actively prevent evaporation, even when the plant is cut or damaged. Chani nodded. We call it water holder. It saved my grandfather's life when he was separated from his tribe during a Coriolis storm. One small leaf provided enough moisture to sustain him for 2 days until he could find his way back. The group shared their morning meal, again supplemented by the oasis's bounty, this time including small sweet berries that grew on low bushes near the water's edge. As they ate, Stilgar outlined their plan. "We will rest here today and continue our journey tomorrow at dawn. This place offers us the chance to fully replenish our strength and water supplies before the final stretch to the siege." "How do you keep this place hidden?" Warwick asked, his curiosity seeming innocent enough. "Surely Harkonnen patrols must have spotted it during their surveys." "The grotto is invisible from the air," Liet explained, "and the entrance through the canyon appears as nothing more than a shadow among rocks to those who don't know what to look for. Besides, this region is frequented by makers, the great sandworms, which tends to discourage casual exploration." As the day progressed, each traveler found their own way to appreciate the rare sanctuary. Dr. Fenlow continued her scientific documentation, carefully noting the symbiotic relationships between the various plant species and the small creatures that inhabited the oasis. Chani taught her the Fremen names for each plant and their traditional uses, from medicine to fabric making. Liet spent time examining the rock walls of the grotto, studying the geological formations with the eye of someone who understood both their scientific significance and their practical implications for Arrakis' future. Stilgar maintained a watchful presence, dividing his attention between the surroundings and their 2 off-world companions. Warwick, meanwhile, wandered the perimeter of the oasis, his eyes taking in every detail. The exact location of the spring where water emerged from the rock, the path of the runoff, the height of the canyon walls, and the positions of the gaps that allowed sunlight to enter. His movements seemed casual, but his mental calculations were precise and purposeful. As the afternoon waned, the group gathered again near the pool. Stilgar produced a small clay jar from his pack and held it reverently. "It is our custom," he explained, "to leave an offering when we depart from Garuden. Water given freely, carrying with it our gratitude for the shelter and sustenance provided." He removed the jar's stopper and tilted it slightly, allowing a small stream of water to pour into the pool. No more than a few drops, but on Arrakis, such a gift represented significant sacrifice. "Water from our bodies, freely given to join the water of the basin," he intoned. "Life to sustain life, in the cycle that binds all Fremen to the future of Dune." Chani and Liet each performed the same ritual, adding their own water contribution to the pool with similar words of reverence. Then Stilgar turned to the off-worlders. "This is not required of you," he said. "But if you wish to honor the ways of our people and the spirit of this place, you may participate." Dr. Fenlow stepped forward without hesitation. "On my world, we have a similar custom, giving back to that which sustains us. I would be honored to participate." She accepted the small jar Chani offered her and added her own modest contribution to the pool, her words simple but heartfelt. "Thank you for your gifts, and may they continue for generations to come." All eyes turned to Warwick, who hesitated, his expression conflicted. Finally, he too stepped forward and performed the ritual, though his words were briefer, less poetic than the others. As evening approached once more, they gathered around a small, carefully controlled fire, a luxury rarely indulged in by Fremen in the open desert, but safe within the sheltered confines of the grotto. The flames cast dancing shadows across their faces as they shared stories of their respective worlds and experiences. "On Caladan," Warwick reminisced, "water is everywhere. Oceans so vast you can't see the opposite shore. Rain that falls freely from the sky, sometimes for days on end. Rivers and lakes and streams, We take it all for granted. It sounds like paradise to Fremen ears, Chani said. And yet, I wonder if such abundance makes water less precious to your people. Warwick nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps. We certainly don't honor it as you do here. It's just there. Always available, rarely considered. And you, Dr. Fenlo, Liet inquired, your homeworld is Kaitane, near the Imperial seat? The botanist shook her head. I was born on Kaitane, but spent most of my formative years on Ikaz, where my parents were stationed as agricultural advisors. Ikaz's ecosystem taught me early about balance and interdependence, how the smallest change in one species can cascade through an entire biosphere. A lesson well learned, Stilgar commented. It is the same principle by which we hope to one day transform Arrakis. This statement caught both off-worlders by surprise. Transform? Dr. Fenlo repeated. You mean terraforming? I wasn't aware the Fremen had such ambitions. A subtle tension descended over the group, and Liet gave Stilgar a warning glance. The Fremen leader had perhaps revealed more than was prudent. It is an old dream, Chani said carefully, a legend among our people, that one day Dune might become a planet where water flows freely upon the surface once more. Not just a legend, Stilgar added with quiet intensity. A plan set in motion generations ago. Slowly, patiently, we work toward that day. But the ecological implications would be enormous, Dr. Fenlo said, her scientific mind immediately grasping the complexities involved. The entire spice cycle depends on the current climate. Changes of that magnitude could potentially destroy the very thing that makes Arrakis valuable to the Imperium. And is that all Arrakis should be? Liet challenged. A spice mine for the Empire? What of the people who call this world home? A thoughtful silence fell over the group. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks upward toward the starry sky visible through the canyon's opening. I've never considered it that way, Warwick admitted. To most off-worlders, Arrakis is synonymous with melange. The planet exists to provide spice, and the Fremen are just part of the landscape. A convenient view for those who profit from our world's resources, Stilgar said without rancor, merely stating a fact. As the night deepened, the conversation turned to other topics. Stories of the deep desert, legends of the great sandworms, and tales from worlds the Fremen had never seen. One by one, they retired to sleep, leaving only Liet and Dr. Fenlo awake beside the dying embers of the fire. Your knowledge of ecological systems is impressive, Liet commented. Few off-worlders take the time to truly understand Arrakis beyond its value as a spice source. Few are given the opportunity, she replied. The Harkonnen governors aren't exactly welcoming to independent researchers. I had to attach myself to a guild geological survey just to get permission to land on the planet. Liet studied her thoughtfully. And what will you do with the knowledge you've gained here? These plant specimens you've collected, the observations you've made about this place? Dr. Fenlo considered the question seriously. Scientifically, they're invaluable. Species previously unknown, adaptations never documented. My colleagues would consider this the discovery of a lifetime. And yet, Liet prompted, sensing her hesitation. And yet, she continued, I understand now why such knowledge might be dangerous in the wrong hands. This oasis exists because it remains secret. My published findings could lead others here, those who wouldn't respect its delicate balance. A difficult choice for a scientist, Liet observed. To keep discovery private seems counter to your professional instincts. She nodded slowly. Yes, but science should serve life, not endanger it. I'll need to find a middle path, perhaps documenting the adaptations without revealing their source, or waiting until... She trailed off, then looked at Liet with sudden understanding. Until your people's plan for Arrakis has progressed to a point where such secrets no longer need protection. Liet smiled faintly, but said nothing more, letting the implications of her realization hang in the air between them. Morning arrived with a subtle shift in the atmosphere. While the oasis remained as beautiful as before, a tension had developed among the travelers. Stilgar particularly seemed more guarded, his eyes frequently turning to Warwick with barely concealed suspicion. As they prepared for departure, gathering their belongings and refilling their water containers using the Fremen condensation methods rather than taking directly from the pool, Stilgar pulled Liet aside for a private conversation. Their voices were low, but their body language spoke of disagreement. Meanwhile, Dr. Fenlo approached Warwick, who was adjusting his pack near the canyon entrance. "This place has changed you," she observed. "I can see it in your face." Warwick glanced up, his expression unreadable. "What makes you say that? When we first entered this grotto, you saw a resource to be exploited. Now you seem conflicted." He sighed, straightening up to his full height. "I've spent my life as a trader, Dr. Fenlo, always calculating values, profits, opportunities. It's how I survive. And now I understand why the Fremen guard their secrets so fiercely." He looked back at the oasis, its beauty catching the morning light. "This place isn't just water, it's hope. Hope that Arrakis isn't beyond redemption, that life can find a way even in the harshest conditions." Before Dr. Fenlo could respond, Stilgar approached them, his manner direct. "We must speak plainly before we leave this place," he said to Warwick. "Last night, while others slept, you were seen taking measurements and making notes about this location. I must know your intentions." Warwick tensed visibly. "I meant no offense. Professional habit, nothing more." "Habits can be dangerous on Arrakis," Stilgar replied. "I will ask you directly. Do you intend to reveal the location of Ger Rudin to others when we reach civilization?" The trader hesitated, clearly weighing his words carefully. "You must understand my position. Information is valuable. The existence of a stable water source in this region would be of great interest to many parties, including the Harkonnens," Liet said, joining them, "who would drain this place dry in a matter of weeks if they discovered it, leaving nothing but another patch of desert behind." Chani stepped forward, her voice soft but intense. "When we found you wandering half dead in the desert 3 weeks ago, we could have left you to the sands. Instead, we shared our water, our knowledge, our protection. And now you would repay that debt by betraying our most sacred trust?" Warwick looked from face to face, seeing the mixture of disappointment and resolve in the Fremen's expressions. Dr. Fenlo stood slightly apart, her own gaze questioning. "What would you have me do?" he finally asked. "Forget I ever saw this place? Pretend it doesn't exist?" "Yes," Stilgar said simply. "That is exactly what we ask. Not just for our sake, but for the sake of Arrakis itself." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft sounds of the oasis, water trickling from the spring, leaves rustling in the gentle air currents that circulated through the grotto. Finally, Warwick's shoulders slumped slightly. "My people have a saying, a secret kept is a debt unpaid. By your standards, I owe you my life. By asking me to keep this place hidden, you're giving me a way to balance that debt." He reached into his pack and withdrew a small notebook, offering it to Stilgar. "My observations and calculations. Destroy them if you wish." Stilgar took the notebook but did not open it. Instead, He held it out to Chani, who produced a small flame from a striker and set it alight. They watched in silence as the pages curled and blackened, the smoke rising to join the morning mist above the pool. "The location of Geirruden dies here," Stilgar declared. "From this moment it exists only in our memories, not in any record that might fall into the wrong hands." "And me?" Warwick asked. "Will you now silence me permanently as well? It would be the most effective way to protect your secret." "If we were the monsters some off-worlders believe us to be, perhaps," Stilgar replied. "But Fremen ways are not so simple. We have shared water with you. That makes us bound by something stronger than threats." "Water brotherhood," Chani explained. "When the Fremen share water, it creates a bond of trust that transcends ordinary alliances. To break such a bond would be to lose something of oneself, a piece of one's soul, as your people might say." Warwick studied their faces, seeing the sincerity in their eyes. "I'm beginning to understand why Arrakis has never been fully conquered, despite all the might of the Imperium and the Harkonnens. Your strength isn't in weapons or numbers, but in these bonds you create." "Now you begin to see with Fremen eyes," Liet said with approval. "Perhaps there is hope for off-worlders after all." With the tension resolved, the group made their final preparations to leave the sanctuary of the hidden oasis. Each traveler took a moment for a private farewell to the place, a gesture of respect, a silent promise to protect its secret, a hope to one day return. As they filed through the narrow canyon passage that would lead them back to the open desert, Dr. Fenlo fell into step beside Warwick. "You made the right choice," she said quietly. "Did I?" he asked, not entirely convinced. "Or did I just forsake a profitable opportunity out of some misplaced sense of honor?" "Is honor ever truly misplaced?" she countered. "Besides, there are different kinds of profit. Some can't be measured in Solaris or Melange." Ahead of them, Stilgar led the way with confidence, his steps sure on the winding path. Chani and Liet followed, occasionally pointing out features of the landscape or checking the sky for signs of weather changes. The air grew progressively drier as they moved away from the oasis, the transition back to the harsh reality of Arrakis happening almost imperceptibly with each step. By midday, they had emerged from the canyon system entirely and stood once more on the edge of the open desert. The dunes stretched before them, golden waves that extended to the horizon and beyond. The brutal heat had returned, and they adjusted their stillsuits to maximum efficiency in preparation for the journey ahead. 2 days to the siege, Stilgar reminded them. "We travel only in the cooler hours, dawn, dusk, and night. During peak heat, we find what shelter we can, and rest." As they looked out over the vast expanse they must cross, Warwick felt a strange new sensation. Not the fear or resentment that had colored his first weeks on this harsh planet, but something approaching respect. The desert was unforgiving, yes, but it was also the protector of secrets like Geirruden, its very hostility serving as a shield against exploitation. "Your world is full of contradictions," he said to no one in particular. "Death and life, side by side, often indistinguishable until you know how to truly see." "That is the first lesson of Arrakis," Liet replied, "and few off-worlders learn it so quickly." With the twin suns beating down from above, they began their trek across the open dunes, their bodies falling naturally into the Fremen walking rhythm that minimized water loss and reduced the risk of attracting sandworms. The oasis fell behind them, hidden once more by rock and distance, existing now only in memory and in the water they carried within their bodies, a secret sanctuary in a world known for its harshness. A promise of what Arrakis might one day become again. The journey to the siege was arduous but uneventful. They traveled during the cooler hours as planned, finding shelter in rock outcroppings during the most intense heat of the day. Water discipline remained strict, with each person consuming only what was absolutely necessary for survival. On the evening of the second day, as twilight painted the desert in shades of purple and gold, they crested a dune and saw before them the subtle signs that marked the approach to a Fremen siege. Signs invisible to untrained eyes, but clear as beacons to those who knew what to look for. Stilgar raised his hand, signaling a brief halt. "Before we proceed, I must be certain of your intentions," he said to the Offworlders. "The Sietch is our home, our sanctuary. Few outsiders are ever permitted to enter." "I've kept your other secrets," Warwick replied. "I'll keep this one as well." Dr. Fenlow nodded in agreement. "My research has never been about exposing the Fremen way of life to outside scrutiny. I seek understanding, not exploitation." Stilgar studied them both for a long moment, then gave a single nod of acceptance. "Then we continue. But remember, what you see within the Sietch is seen by our permission, and carries with it the obligation of silence." They descended the dune and approached what appeared to be nothing more than a shadowed cleft in a rock face. Yet as they drew nearer, the illusion dissolved, revealing a hidden entrance guarded by Fremen sentries, who materialized from the rocks as if conjured from the air itself. Stilgar exchanged quiet words with the guards, who regarded the Offworlders with cautious curiosity. After a brief conversation, they were permitted to pass into a narrow tunnel that led deep into the rock formation. The transition from the open desert to the interior of the Sietch was like entering another world entirely. The air grew noticeably more humid, though still far drier than most planets. Sound changed too, the absolute silence of the desert giving way to the subtle murmur of human activity. Voices, movement, the distant sound of water being worked in hidden chambers. The tunnel opened into a large cavern illuminated by glow globes placed at strategic intervals. The space hummed with the activity of hundreds of Fremen going about their daily lives. Children ran along pathways carved into the rock, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. Elders sat in small groups, their hands busy with various crafts while they shared stories and wisdom. Everywhere was evidence of a thriving community existing in harmony with the harsh world above. "Welcome to Sietch Tar," Chani said, her voice carrying a note of pride. "One of the largest and oldest Fremen communities on Arrakis." The Offworlders stood in awe, taking in the remarkable scene before them. This was no primitive shelter, as Imperial propaganda often depicted Fremen dwellings, but a complex, sustainable ecosystem of human design, carefully engineered to maximize survival in an environment that offered little mercy. A group of Fremen approached, led by an elderly woman whose bearing suggested authority. Her eyes, deeply blue within blue, fixed first on Stilgar, then moved to examine the strangers in their midst. "Reverend Mother," Stilgar greeted her respectfully, touching his forehead in a gesture of deference. "We have returned safely and bring guests who have proven themselves worthy of our temporary hospitality." The woman's gaze lingered on Dr. Fenlow and Warwick, her ancient eyes seeming to peer directly into their thoughts. "You vouch for these off-worldlers, Stilgar, with water oath." "I do," he confirmed solemnly. "They have traveled with us, shared our water, and kept sacred that which must remain hidden." The Reverend Mother nodded slowly, apparently satisfied with Stilgar's assessment. "Then they are welcome as guests of Sietch Tabard for the time allotted by our custom." She turned her attention to the newcomers directly. "I am Sayadina Ramallo, Reverend Mother to these people. Our ways may seem strange to you, but they have ensured our survival in this unforgiving land for generations." "We're honored by your welcome," Dr. Fenlow replied, bowing slightly in respect, "and grateful for the protection and knowledge your people have shared with us." "Knowledge," the old woman repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, That is what draws so many off-worlders to Arrakis, is it not? Knowledge of the spice, knowledge of water, knowledge of survival. Yet true knowledge cannot be taken, only earned through experience and respect. A lesson we've been learning, Warwick admitted. Romalo's weathered face creased in what might have been a smile. Learning is good. Whether the lesson takes root, that remains to be seen. She turned to Stilgar once more. They will stay in the visitors' quarters. Tomorrow the council will decide what comes next. With that pronouncement she departed, followed by her attendants, leaving the travelers in Stilgar's care. "Come," Chani said to the off-worlders. "I'll show you where you can rest and refresh yourselves. The journey has been long, and desert grit clings to us all." She led them through a series of passages to a small but comfortable chamber carved into the rock. Unlike the stark landscape above, the room contained simple amenities: sleeping pallets with woven blankets, clay vessels of water for washing, and even a few cushions for sitting. "This is generous," Dr. Fenlow remarked, looking around with appreciation. "Far more comfortable than I expected." "Fremen hospitality honors those who have shared water with us," Chani explained. "Rest now. Food will be brought to you soon, and tomorrow you will see more of our ways." Left alone in their quarters, the off-worlders finally had a moment to absorb all they had experienced in the past several days. The journey from the crash site to the hidden oasis, and now to this remarkable underground community, had transformed their understanding of Arrakis and its people. "I never imagined," Warwick said quietly, settling onto one of the pallets. "All these years of hearing about the desert rats and savage Fremen, and here they've built something more sustainable than half the systems in the Imperium." Dr. Fenlow nodded, carefully organizing her precious plant specimens from the oasis. "It makes you wonder what else we've been wrong about. The ecological knowledge required to create and maintain these siege environments is extraordinary. They've developed water recycling systems that are more efficient than anything I've seen on even the most technologically advanced planets. And yet the Harkonnens and the Emperor see them only as an inconvenience, a primitive people to be controlled or eliminated," Warwick mused. "What would happen if the Imperium knew the truth about Fremen capabilities?" "War," she replied simply, "more intense than what already exists. The Fremen would be seen as a threat rather than an annoyance." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a young Fremen woman bearing a tray of food, simple fare but nutritious, consisting of flatbread, dried fruit, and a protein-rich paste that tasted better than its appearance suggested. With the meal came small cups of spiced coffee, its cinnamon-like aroma filling the small chamber. As they ate, Warwick's thoughts returned to the hidden oasis. "I've been thinking about Ger Ruden," he said, after ensuring they were alone. "Not about revealing its location," he added quickly, "but about what it represents." "What do you mean?" Dr. Fenlow asked. "It's proof that Arrakis wasn't always as it is now, that change is possible." He sipped the spiced coffee thoughtfully. "The Fremen believe they can transform the planet, make it green again. After seeing that oasis, I'm starting to think they might actually succeed. If they're given the chance," she agreed. "But such a transformation would take generations and would require political stability that Arrakis has never known under Harkonnen rule." Warwick set down his cup, a new resolve forming in his eyes. "Perhaps that's where we come in, not just as visitors passing through, but as links to the outside world, people who can tell a different story about Arrakis and its people. A dangerous proposition," Dr. Fenlow cautioned. "The Harkonnens don't appreciate alternative narratives about their fiefdom. Maybe, but I'm starting to think some risks are worth taking. He looked around at their modest but clean accommodations, thinking of the thriving community outside their door. These people have survived for centuries against impossible odds. The least we can do is consider how we might honor that resilience when we return to our own worlds. Morning in the Sietch arrived without the brutal sunlight of the desert above, marked instead by a gradual increase in activity and the changing of globe intensities to simulate dawn. The off-worlders were roused by Chani, who brought fresh clothing made in the Fremen style, loose-fitting garments designed for comfort in the Sietch's controlled climate. "The council wishes to speak with you after morning meal," she informed them. "It is unusual for outsiders to address them, so consider it an honor." "What should we expect?" Dr. Fenlo asked, as she gratefully accepted the clean clothing. "They will have questions. Answer truthfully, but remember that not all truths need to be spoken in full." Chani's expression was serious, but not unkind. "They will decide whether you may remain longer among us, or if arrangements must be made for your departure." After a simple but nourishing breakfast, they were led through the Sietch to a large chamber where 12 Fremen elders sat in a semicircle. Among them were Stilgar, Liet, and Reverend Mother Ramallah. The center position was occupied by a man older than the rest, his face deeply lined with age and exposure to the desert's harsh elements. "Naib Hainar," Chani introduced him quietly to the off-worlders, "leader of Sietch Tabri for 32 years. The old man gestured for them to sit on the cushions placed before the council. When they were settled, he spoke in a voice surprisingly strong for his apparent age. "Stilgar has told us of your journey and of what you witnessed at Gar Ruden. It is not our way to reveal such places to outsiders, yet circumstances sometimes necessitate exceptions to custom." His blue within blue eyes studied them intently. "Now we must decide what this exception means for the future." Dr. Fenlo responded first, her manner respectful but direct. "We understand the significance of what we've been shown and the trust it represents. Speaking for myself, that trust will not be betrayed." Naib Hainar nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Warwick. "And you, trader? Your kind is known for valuing profit above all else. What value do you place on the secrets you now hold?" Warwick met the old man's gaze steadily. "I won't pretend I haven't spent my life pursuing profit, Naib Hainar. That would be dishonest. But what I've seen here and at the oasis has shifted my understanding of value." "Words," one of the other council members interjected dismissively. "Off-worlders are generous with words." "True," Warwick acknowledged. "So let me offer something more concrete. My ship, though damaged in the crash, can be repaired. When it is, I offer transportation services to your people, discreet movement of goods or individuals as needed, without documentation that would alert the Harkonnens." A murmur ran through the council at this unexpected proposal. Liet leaned forward, his expression skeptical but interested. "And what would you ask in return for these services?" "Knowledge," Warwick replied simply. "Not of secret places or Fremen technology, but of survival. The desert has much to teach, and I find myself an unexpectedly willing student." The Reverend Mother's eyes narrowed slightly. "There is more to this sudden conversion than you speak aloud, off-worlder. I sense calculation still at work behind your words." Warwick didn't flinch from her penetrating gaze. "You're right. I'm still a trader at heart, and I see opportunity here, but not the kind I would have recognized before. The Harkonnens' grip on Arrakis isn't as absolute as they believe. There are gaps in their control, spaces where other arrangements might be made, mutually beneficial arrangements." Smuggling, Stilgar stated flatly. I prefer alternative commerce, Warwick replied with a hint of his old humor. But yes, essentially. The Harkonnens focus so intently on spice that they overlook other valuable exchanges. Medical supplies, water recovery technology, information, all can move more freely than they realize if one knows the proper channels. The council members exchange glances, communicating in the subtle sign language of the Fremen that remained invisible to outsider eyes. Finally, Naib Henar spoke again. We will consider your offer. Until then you will remain as guests of the Siege, under the supervision of those who brought you here. He turned to Dr. Fenlo. And you, botanist? What do you propose? Dr. Fenlo straightened, choosing her words carefully. The plant species I documented at Geruden represent adaptations unique in the known universe. My research could help further the ecological transformation that I understand to be part of your people's long-term vision for Arrakis. This statement caused another ripple of reaction among the council members, some looking alarmed that she knew of this closely guarded ambition. Liet has spoken of your scientific abilities, the Reverend Mother said, but our ecological planning spans generations. You would be long dead before seeing the fruits of any contribution. Perhaps, Dr. Fenlo conceded, but science is built on foundations laid by those who came before. I may not see the green Arrakis of Fremen dreams, but I can add my knowledge to the path that leads there. Naib Hainar raised a hand, signaling the end of the audience. Enough for now. You have given us much to consider. Chani will show you more of our siege while the council deliberates. Go with water and shade. As they were led from the chamber, Liet joined them, falling into step beside Dr. Fenlo. You surprised them, he commented. Few outsiders grasp the scope of our ecological vision, even when told of it directly. It wasn't difficult to piece together, she replied. The water conservation practices, the careful cultivation of what plant life exists, the wind traps I noticed at the Siege entrance, all point to a systematic approach to environmental modification. The scale is impressive, but the concept is sound. And yet, the Imperium's finest ecological experts have never made the connection, Liet observed. Perhaps they never looked closely enough, Dr. Fenlo suggested. Or perhaps they simply never cared to see beyond the immediate value of the spice. Their tour of the Siege revealed marvels that few outsiders had ever witnessed. They were shown the water storage facilities, vast underground chambers where every drop was accounted for with meticulous precision. They observed the wind traps that captured the rare moisture in the desert air, the gardens where carefully tended plants provided food and oxygen, and the still-suit manufacturing areas where Fremen craftspeople created the survival gear that made life possible in the deep desert. Throughout the tour, Dr. Fenlo asked thoughtful questions about the ecological systems in place, while Warwick observed the social dynamics and organizational structures with the eye of someone accustomed to evaluating potential partners. Your people have created something remarkable here, Dr. Fenlo commented as they paused in a small garden area where children were being taught to care for seedlings. A completely self-sustaining community in one of the harshest environments imaginable. Necessity has been our teacher, Chani replied. Water discipline shapes every aspect of Fremen life, from birth to the moment when we give our water back to the tribe. Warwick, who had been watching a group of young Fremen training in hand-to-hand combat, turned his attention back to their guide. How do you maintain such cohesion? In most societies, resources this scarce would lead to internal conflict. Water bonds us, she explained simply. When survival depends on mutual support, individual ambition becomes secondary to collective well-being. That is not to say we have no conflicts. We are human, after all. but our disputes are resolved within the framework of traditions that place the Sietch's survival above personal gain. As their tour continued, they began to notice subtle changes in how the Fremen regarded them. The initial suspicion had not disappeared entirely, but it was now tempered with cautious curiosity. Children, less constrained by adult reserve, openly watched the off-worlders with wide blue eyes, sometimes darting forward to touch their strange clothing before being gently reprimanded by their elders. By the time evening arrived, marked again by the dimming of glow globes rather than the setting of the suns, they had gained a deeper appreciation for the complexity and resilience of Fremen society. They were invited to join a communal meal in one of the larger chambers, seated among Fremen families who, while still reserved, made space for them without obvious resentment. The meal consisted of food that made the most of limited resources, spice-flavored dishes that provided maximum nutrition with minimal waste. As they ate, Stilgar approached their table, his expression more relaxed than they had seen it previously. "The council has reached a decision," he informed them. "You will be permitted to stay longer. 1 week, to learn more of our ways, and for us to evaluate your proposals more thoroughly." "That's generous," Dr. Fenlo responded. "Thank you. Don't thank me yet," Stilgar cautioned, though without hostility. "A week among the Fremen is not like a week in an imperial city. You will be expected to participate in our water discipline, our work, and our training. There are no idle guests in a siege." "Understood," Warwick said. "We're willing to contribute." Stilgar nodded, satisfied with their response. "Good. Rest tonight. Tomorrow you begin living as Fremen do. At least as much as off-worlders can." The week that followed was unlike any experience either of the off-worlders had previously known. They were integrated into the daily routines of the siege, assigned tasks appropriate to their skills, and instructed in the basics of Fremen water discipline and combat techniques. Dr. Fenlo spent much of her time working with the Sietch's plant tenders, sharing her botanical knowledge while learning the specialized techniques the Fremen had developed for desert agriculture. Her careful documentation of the oasis plants was reviewed by Liate, who incorporated her observations into the broader ecological planning that would remain hidden from imperial eyes for generations to come. Warwick, meanwhile, found himself training alongside Fremen warriors, learning the fundamentals of their fighting style, a discipline that emphasized efficiency of movement and conservation of energy, much like every other aspect of Fremen life. His trading experience proved valuable in discussions about supply chains and resource distribution, earning reluctant respect from even the most skeptical Sietch members. In the evenings, they participated in communal activities, shared meals, storytelling sessions, and occasionally ritual gatherings where the spiritual dimensions of Fremen culture were displayed in carefully controlled glimpses that revealed enough to impress, but not enough to compromise sacred knowledge. Throughout this immersion, both off-worlders found themselves changing in ways that went beyond mere adaptation to their surroundings. Dr. Fenlo's scientific detachment gave way to a more holistic understanding of Arrakis's ecology, seeing the connections between water, spice, sandworms, and human intervention as part of a complex system that defied conventional imperial categorization. Warwick, whose life had been defined by the constant calculation of advantage, discovered a different economy at work among the Fremen, one where water, trust, and community represented currencies more valuable than the Solaris and spice that drove imperial commerce. On the 5th day of their stay, a sandstorm raged across the desert above. Though deep within the protected sietch, they could hear the distant howling of wind and the hiss of sand against rock. It was during this storm that Naib Hainar summoned them to a private meeting in his quarters, a rare honor that signified changing status. The old leader's personal chamber was sparse but dignified, decorated with items that spoke of both his authority and his personal history. A crysknife mounted on one wall, carefully preserved plant specimens in small niches, and ancient books written in script unfamiliar to the off-worlders. "You have adapted well," he began, without preamble once they were seated. "Better than expected for those not born to the desert." "We've had excellent teachers," Dr. Fenlo replied diplomatically. The Naib acknowledged this with a slight nod. "Learning goes both ways. Your knowledge of plants, Dr. Fenlo, has already proven valuable to our gardeners. And you, Warwick, your insights into Harkonnen's shipping patterns have given us much to consider." He poured a small amount of spiced coffee for each of them, the gesture itself indicating a shift in their relationship. "The Council believes your proposals have merit. We are prepared to establish a limited arrangement, botanical research support for Dr. Fenlo, and discreet transportation services from Warwick once his ship is repaired." "Thank you, Naib Hainar," Warwick said, accepting the coffee with appropriate reverence. "I am honored by your trust." "Trust is earned slowly among Fremen," the old man reminded him. "What we offer is opportunity, not yet full confidence. That must be built over time." "Of course," Dr. Fenlo agreed. "May I ask what form this arrangement will take, practically speaking? Will we be permitted to return to the Siege?" "Under specific conditions, yes. Liet will serve as your primary contact. As Imperial planetologist, he moves between worlds with less scrutiny than most. Through him, communications and resources can be exchanged." The Naib's eyes, deep blue from decades of spice consumption, studied them carefully. "But, understand this clearly, the survival of our people must always take precedence over any outside relationship. If circumstances demand it, all connections will be severed without warning or explanation." "The desert teaches harsh lessons," Warwick acknowledged. "We understand the precariousness of any arrangement." The conversation continued, details were negotiated, and by the time they left the Naib's quarters, a framework had been established for an ongoing relationship that would benefit both the Fremen and the off-worlders, while maintaining the necessary secrecy that protected Fremen autonomy. Their final days in the Siege passed quickly, filled with preparation for their eventual departure. Repairs to Warwick's ship would require parts that would need to be sourced discreetly from smugglers who operated on the fringes of Harkonnen control. Dr. Fenlo organized her research notes and specimens, careful to encode them in a way that would not reveal their origins if intercepted by unfriendly eyes. On the morning of their scheduled departure, they gathered their few belongings and prepared to leave the safety of the Siege for the dangerous journey across the open desert. A small Fremen escort, led by Stilgar himself, would guide them to a rendezvous point where they could connect with a smuggler vessel that would take them to Arrakis under the guise of geological researchers. Before leaving, they paid their respects to Reverend Mother Ramallo, who had requested a final audience. "You came to us as strangers, seeing only the surface of Arrakis, its harsh face that we showed to the universe," she told them, her ancient voice carrying the weight of generations. "You leave with a glimpse of what lies beneath. This knowledge is both gift and burden. We'll carry it honorably," Dr. Fenlo promised. The old woman's eyes seemed to look beyond them, seeing perhaps futures that remained hidden to others. "Perhaps. The path ahead has many branches, and choice remains even for those who believe themselves bound by circumstance." She gestured to a small clay vessel on a shelf nearby. "Take this. Water from Sietch Tabra, freely given. May it remind you of what you've learned here when the voices of your former worlds grow loud again." The small water gift, representing tremendous sacrifice in Fremen terms, was carefully packed among their possessions. Final farewells were exchanged with those who had taught and worked beside them during their stay, brief by necessity, but carrying genuine sentiment on both sides. As they prepared to enter the passages that would lead them back to the surface world, Chani approached, her expression solemn. "Remember the oasis," she said quietly, "not just as a place of water, but as a promise of what might be. When you think of Arrakis in years to come, see it not as it is, but as it could become." "We will," Warwick assured her, "and perhaps someday we'll return to find that promise fulfilled." "Whether you see it or not, the work continues," she replied. "Drop by drop the desert changes, just as you have been changed by it." The journey through the tunnels seemed shorter than when they had first arrived, the path no longer mysterious but recognized as part of a carefully designed system that protected the siege from discovery. Soon they stood at the hidden entrance, still suits checked and adjusted for the desert crossing ahead. Stilgar looked out at the dunes, reading the wind and sky with the practiced eye of a lifetime desert dweller. "Good conditions," he pronounced. "We'll make the rendezvous by nightfall if we maintain proper pace." As they stepped from the shelter of the rock face into the open desert, the heat enveloped them immediately, a reminder of the harsh reality that shaped all life on Arrakis. Yet somehow, it felt less alien than before, less hostile, not because it had changed, but because their perception of it had shifted. The small party moved across the sand with a distinctive Fremen walking rhythm, a pattern that minimized moisture loss and reduced the risk of attracting sandworms. The off-worlders, having practiced diligently during their stay, managed a reasonable approximation of the gait, though Stilgar occasionally corrected their technique with terse instructions. As they crossed a particularly large dune, Dr. Fenlo paused briefly at the crest, looking back in the direction from which they had come. The siege entrance was already invisible, hidden by distance and clever camouflage. Beyond it, remembered rather than seen, lay the hidden oasis of Gar Rudin, its waters still flowing in their protected grotto, nurturing life that defied the desert's dominion. "Coming, Doctor?" Stilgar called from ahead. "Yes," she replied, turning to follow. "Just saying goodbye." The desert stretched before them, harsh and demanding as always, but no longer an enemy to be feared. It was, they had learned, simply Arrakis as it currently existed, not as it had always been, nor as it might someday become. The planet's future, like their own, would be shaped by choices made and actions taken, by water carefully preserved and seeds patiently planted. As they continued their journey across the sands, the memory of the hidden oasis remained with them. A secret garden in the heart of the wasteland, a testament to life's persistence and a promise of transformation that might, with time and care, extend beyond its sheltered boundaries to reclaim a world. And in that memory lay hope, as precious and sustaining as water itself in the desert they now crossed with newfound understanding and respect. The twin suns of Arrakis began their slow descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the rocky bluffs of Sietch Thalidei. Unlike the larger, more established communities that dotted the deeper desert regions, Thalidei was a modest settlement, home to barely 200 souls who had broken away from a larger Sietch 3 generations ago to establish their own water discipline and customs. What they lacked in numbers, they compensated for with location. A series of natural rock formations that provided both shelter from the harsh elements and ideal positioning for the tall, elegant structures that were the Sietch's lifeline, the wind traps. Rising like silent sentinels against the darkening sky, the wind traps of Thalidae were marvels of Fremen engineering. Constructed from materials salvaged from abandoned Imperial mining equipment and enhanced with the specialized knowledge passed down through generations, these structures stood 30 meters tall in some places, their surfaces designed to capture and condense even the faintest moisture from the arid Arrakis air. Safa, a weathered Fremen woman whose 60 years in the desert had etched deep lines around her blue within blue eyes, stood at the base of the tallest wind trap, her gaze fixed on the horizon where an ominous wall of darkness was gathering. Her trained eye could read the approaching storm with the precision that off-worlders reserved for their most sophisticated weather instruments. "Coriolis storm," she announced to the small group that had gathered around her. "Class 3, possibly shifting to Class 4 by nightfall. We have perhaps 4 hours before the leading edge reaches the siege." Basim, the young man who served as her apprentice in matters of weather reading and wind trap maintenance, squinted toward the horizon. "The outer veils won't hold against those winds," he observed, referring to the first layer of protection that surrounded the more delicate moisture-gathering components of the wind traps. "No," Safa agreed. "They won't, which is why we begin preparations immediately." She turned to address the gathered Fremen, her voice carrying the natural authority that came not from formal title, but from decades of proven wisdom. "Sound the storm call. Every able body to their stations. Water security is our priority." The group dispersed quickly, moving with the efficiency of people who had rehearsed such procedures many times before. A rhythmic pattern was struck on a hidden drum deep within the siege, a sound that carried through the rock passageways of their home, alerting all members to the approaching danger and initiating the community's well-practiced storm protocol. Within minutes, the relatively quiet atmosphere of the siege transformed into a hive of coordinated activity. Children as young as 5 formed lines to transport smaller components to the work areas. Adolescents climbed nimbly up the lower sections of the wind traps, already beginning to secure loose elements and reinforce connection points. Adults moved with purpose between storage areas and the exterior platforms, carrying tools and materials for the more complex repairs and fortifications that would be needed. Among them was Kalev, a boy of 12 who had only recently been deemed old enough to participate in wind trap maintenance, rather than simply observing. His thin frame vibrated with barely contained excitement as he reported to Basim, who had been tasked with overseeing the younger workers. "I'm assigned to your team," Kalev announced, standing as tall as his slight stature allowed. "I've memorized the reinforcement patterns for Section 3. Basim, at 25, already a respected wind trap technician, assessed the boy with a critical eye. "Memorizing patterns is well and good, but a storm doesn't read our manuals. Today, you'll need to watch and adapt, stay close to me." Together they climbed the narrow access ladder that spiraled around the central support of the third wind trap. The structure swayed almost imperceptibly in the increasing wind, a design feature rather than a flaw, allowing the trap to flex under pressure rather than break. As they ascended, the geography of Sietch Thalidae spread out below them, the cluster of rock formations that concealed the living quarters, the carefully hidden water storage facilities, and the other 5 wind traps positioned to maximize moisture collection from every possible direction. Halfway up, they paused on a maintenance platform where several other workers were already replacing the outer protective screens with stronger storm shutters, designed to withstand the punishing winds and abrasive sand. "Feel that?" Basim asked, placing his hand against one of the collection panels. "The temperature differential is already changing. The storm brings cooler air masses, which helps increase condensation efficiency, assuming we can keep the systems intact through the worst of it." Kalev mimicked the older man's gesture, pressing his palm against the smooth surface. It's vibrating, he noted with surprise. Resonance from the approaching storm front, Basim explained. The wind traps don't just collect water, they listen to the desert. A skilled technician can read these vibrations like music, predicting the storm's intensity and duration. The boy's eyes widened. Can you read them that way? A smile briefly crossed Basim's otherwise serious face. I'm learning just as you are. Safer can feel patterns I'm only beginning to recognize. Perhaps in another 40 years I'll match her skill. They continued their ascent, eventually reaching the section where they would be working. Here, the delicate moisture collection veins needed to be retracted and secured, their precisely engineered surfaces too valuable to risk in the violence of a Coriolis storm. Basim demonstrated the proper technique for disengaging the locking mechanism, then watched carefully as Kalev attempted the same procedure on the next vein. Gentle, he cautioned as the boy struggled with the stubborn controls. Force is rarely the answer with wind trap technology. Find the balance point. Kalev adjusted his approach, applying pressure more evenly across the mechanism's surface rather than to a single point. With a soft click, the lock disengaged, and the vein folded neatly against the wind trap's central column. Good, Basim approved. Now secure the retention strap. 2 loops, not 1. A single loop might hold for an hour, but we design for survival, not for temporary solutions. As they worked systematically through their assigned section, the sky continued to darken ominously. The wall of the storm, now clearly visible on the horizon, had grown from a smudge to a towering presence, its upper reaches tinted orange by the setting suns, while its base remained an ominous deep brown, the color of sand-laden winds powerful enough to scour flesh from bone. Throughout the siege, similar scenes of methodical preparation unfolded. On the ground, teams reinforced the bases of the wind traps with additional supports and sand anchors. Others secured the precious water storage containers, checking and double-checking the seals that would prevent contamination. In the communal areas, those too young or too old for the more physically demanding tasks prepared emergency rations and ensured that breathing filters were ready should the storm breach any of the siege's protective barriers. Safer moved among them all, her experienced eye catching potential problems before they could develop into genuine threats. Here she adjusted the tension on a support cable. There she redirected a team to prioritize a different section based on her reading of the approaching weather patterns. Her calm demeanor set the tone for the entire community. Purposeful urgency without panic. Respect for the storm's power without fear. As Basim and Kalev completed their work on the upper sections of the third wind trap, they began their descent. The wind had increased noticeably during the hour they had spent aloft, now gusting strongly enough to require careful attention to handholds. "Will the wind traps survive?" Kalev asked, raising his voice to be heard over the growing howl. "They were designed for this," Basim replied confidently. "Our ancestors built the first wind traps generations ago, and each storm taught them something new. What you see today is the result of countless refinements, each failure leading to a stronger design, each success building our collective knowledge." They reached the ground just as Safer was organizing the final inspection teams. Seeing them, she beckoned them over. "Basim, take 2 others and verify the lockdown on traps 5 and 6. Kalev, you'll accompany me to the monitoring station. It's time you learned to read the storm's voice through our instruments." The boy couldn't hide his surprise and delight at being selected for this important task. The monitoring station was the nerve center of the siege's weather response system, a place usually reserved for the most experienced technicians. Inside a chamber carved deep into the rock, Protected from the storm's fury by meters of solid stone, the monitoring station hummed with activity. Unlike the wealthy houses of the Imperium with their advanced technology, the Fremen relied on simpler but no less effective methods of gathering information. Pressure gauges, wind direction indicators, temperature monitors, all crafted from salvaged materials and maintained with meticulous care, provided a comprehensive picture of the environment outside. "These are our eyes when visibility fails," Cypher explained, gesturing to the array of instruments. "And more importantly, our ears. Listen." She adjusted a dial on what appeared to be a collection of taut wires stretched across a resonating chamber. Immediately, the room filled with an eerie, complex sound, part moan, part whistle, with undertones that seemed to vibrate through the bones rather than the ears. "The voice of the storm," she said simply. "Each has its own signature. This one speaks of high-altitude wind shear and deep sand penetration. It will be violent but relatively brief, perhaps 6 hours at full intensity." Kalev listened intently, trying to distinguish the patterns that Cypher could so easily interpret. "How do you separate all the different sounds?" he asked. "Practice, patience, and necessity." She adjusted another control, bringing a different aspect of the storm's voice to prominence. "Hear that rhythmic pulse beneath the howl? That tells us the storm cells are organized rather than chaotic. Organized storms build and dissipate more predictably." For the next hour, Cypher guided Kalev through the basics of storm monitoring, explaining how each instrument contributed to their understanding of what was happening outside. The boy absorbed everything eagerly, asking insightful questions that occasionally brought a smile to the elder's normally serious countenance. "You have good instincts," she commented as he correctly identified a shift in wind direction before she had pointed it out. "The desert speaks to you." "My father says I ask too many questions," Kalev admitted. "Questions are seeds," Cypher replied. "Plant them in good soil, and knowledge grows." She glanced at a chronometer embedded in the stone wall. "It's time. The storm's leading edge will reach us within minutes. Go to the observation slot and witness its arrival, but only for a moment. Even filtered, that air isn't safe to breathe for long." Kalev moved to a narrow horizontal opening in the rock wall, really nothing more than a slit reinforced with transparent material salvaged from some long-forgotten Imperial technology. Through this limited viewport, he could see the nearest wind trap and a portion of the desert beyond. The transformation happening outside stole his breath away. The air had taken on a strange copper-brown tint, and the sand was no longer simply blowing but dancing, rising in spiraling columns that twisted and merged in complex patterns. The sound had changed too, rising from a howl to a roar that vibrated through the very rock of the siege. And then it hit. The leading wall of the storm, a solid mass of sand and wind that engulfed the visible landscape in seconds. The transparent material of the viewport darkened instantly as sand scoured its surface. The wind trap, visible just moments before, vanished completely in the maelstrom. "Close the interior shield," Cypher instructed, and Kalev hurried to slide a metal panel across the opening, sealing them off completely from the outside world. Throughout Siege Thaladay, similar precautions were being taken. External entrances were sealed with triple barriers. Ventilation systems switched to recirculation mode, drawing on carefully stored oxygen reserves rather than the now toxic outside air. The community retreated into the deepest chambers of their home, gathering in communal spaces as they had done during countless storms before. In the largest of these chambers, most of the Siege's population had assembled. Children were engaged in quiet games designed to teach water discipline and resource management. Adults attended to various indoor tasks, repairing clothing, maintaining equipment, preparing preserved foods that required no open flames during the oxygen-conscious hours of full lockdown. Basim found Kalev and Safer as they entered the chamber. "Traps 5 and 6 are secured," he reported. "All teams accounted for, no injuries." Safer nodded with satisfaction. "And the water preservation systems?" "Operating at 86% efficiency despite the lockdown. We'll lose some processing capability during peak storm intensity, but the storage buffers are sufficient." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Miran, the Sietch's naib or leader. A man of middle years with a face weathered by desert winds and leadership responsibilities, Miran carried himself with quiet dignity rather than ostentation. The small copper ring that was his only symbol of office glinted in the lamplight as he raised his hands for attention. "Water brothers and sisters," he began, once the chamber had quieted. "Once again, the desert tests us with its breath. Once again, we prove ourselves worthy of its challenges." A murmur of agreement passed through the gathered Fremen. "Our wind traps stand ready, our water is secure, and our community is whole. Let us use this time of containment for reflection and learning. The stories of our ancestors remind us that even the fiercest storm passes, leaving the desert transformed but enduring, as we too endure." With these simple words, the formal acknowledgement of the storm lockdown was complete. The community returned to their activities, the atmosphere one of calm purpose rather than anxiety. Despite the howling chaos outside, inside these protected chambers, Fremen life continued its measured pace. Kalev found himself drawn to a group of elders who had begun to share stories, an important tradition during storm lockdowns, ensuring that tribal history and knowledge were passed from generation to generation. He settled at the edge of the circle, listening intently as Jahir, one of the Sietch's oldest members, recounted the tale of the first wind trap. "Before we understood how to capture the breath of Arrakis," the old man began, his voice surprisingly strong despite his advanced years, "our ancestors wandered the deep desert, surviving on dew collected from morning rocks and moisture reclaimed from the bodies of the dead. Water was life, measured by the drop, guarded with blood. The children in the circle listened with wide eyes, though they had heard variations of this story many times before. For Fremen, these origin tales were not merely entertainment, but essential education, reminders of the harsh necessities that had shaped their culture. It was Surath, grandmother to my grandfather's grandmother, who first observed how certain rock formations created condensation patterns. On cold desert nights, she noticed moisture beading on specific surfaces where air currents met differing temperatures. From this observation, Jahir's gnarled hands moved expressively, shaping invisible structures in the air as he spoke. The first wind trap was crude, nothing like the efficient marvels we maintain today. Constructed from stretched fabric and salvaged metal, it captured perhaps a thimbleful of water each day, but that thimbleful meant survival. From that humble beginning, generations of refinement brought us to our current designs. Each storm destroyed and taught, each failure illuminated a new path forward. As the elder continued his tale, weaving in technical details about wind trap evolution and the spiritual significance of water harvesting, Kalev found himself drawn deeper into the narrative. These weren't simply historical accounts. They were blueprints for survival, disguised as stories. Across the chamber, Safer had joined a different group, engaged in the practical work of maintaining the Sietch's water accounting system, the detailed records that tracked every drop collected, used, and owed among the community members. In Fremen society, water was both currency and sacrament, its allocation governed by traditions as old as their presence on Arrakis. The north-facing traps collected an additional 4 liters last week, reported Adiva, a sharp-eyed woman who served as one of the Sietch's water counters. But consumption increased by 6 liters due to the training exercises for the young ones. A necessary investment, Seifer observed. Their improved stillsuit discipline will conserve more than that difference in the coming months. The meticulous attention to water balance continued, with amounts as small as milliliters being accounted for and allocated according to the Sietch's established needs. No decision about water was made lightly, no usage considered too insignificant to track. Outside, the storm had reached its full ferocity. Though the thick rock walls muffled much of the sound, the deep vibrations of wind and sand penetrated even to these protected chambers, creating a constant, thrumming backdrop to the community's indoor activities. Occasionally, a particularly violent gust would send a shudder through the entire Sietch, causing brief pauses in conversations, as everyone instinctively assessed whether the disturbance indicated any threat to their shelter. Hours passed in this manner, with the community engaged in the quiet work of maintaining their connections, to each other, to their history, and to the precious resource that defined their existence on this harsh world. Despite the destructive power raging outside, there was a peculiar peace within the Sietch, the calm assurance of people who had faced countless such challenges and emerged stronger for the experience. As the projected midpoint of the storm approached, Miran gathered a small team, including Basim and Seifer, to make a limited inspection of the Sietch's interior spaces. Though the main chambers were well protected, prolonged storm activity could sometimes reveal weaknesses in less frequently used areas, or create pressure differentials that threatened seals and barriers. Khalif, noticing their preparations, approached Basim hopefully. "Can I join the inspection team?" he asked, trying to keep his eagerness from appearing childish. Basim glanced at Miran, who considered the boy thoughtfully before nodding. "Another pair of eyes could be useful, especially small ones that might notice what we overlook. But you stay with Basim at all times. Understood?" "Yes, Naib," Kalev agreed solemnly, even as excitement coursed through him. This was the first time he had been included in such an important storm responsibility. The inspection party moved methodically through the Sietch's network of tunnels and chambers, checking integrity points and monitoring stations. They carried small chemical lamps that cast a soft golden glow against the rock walls, illuminating the ancient petroglyphs and water markers that recorded generations of Fremen history. In the eastern tunnel complex, Seifer paused at an air monitoring station, frowning slightly at the readings. "Pressure variance in section 14, she reported. Within tolerance but increasing. The old storage chamber," Miran noted. "It's been sealed since last autumn when we detected moisture loss through the outer wall. Worth checking." They diverted their path to the indicated section, a series of smaller chambers that had once served as water storage but had been decommissioned when more efficient facilities were developed closer to the main living areas. As they approached, Kalev noticed a subtle change in the air, a slight increase in flow and a barely perceptible whistling sound. "There," he said quietly, pointing to a narrow fissure in the junction where 2 tunnel sections met. "The sound is coming from there." Basim moved closer, examining the crack with expert attention. "Good catch," he told the boy. "Recent, too. The edges are sharp rather than worn." He placed his palm near the opening, feeling the air movement. "Pressure differential is drawing air outward. which is better than inward flow that would bring sand, but any breach needs attention. Within minutes, the team had unpacked the necessary materials from their maintenance kits and begun the precise work of sealing the fissure. Kalev watched, fascinated, as they applied layers of resin mixed with stone dust collected from the sietch's own walls. A perfect match that would bond seamlessly with the existing rock. "Why not use metal patching?" he asked Basim as they worked. "Wouldn't it be stronger?" "Strength isn't always about hardness," the technician explained. "The rock breathes and shifts slightly with temperature and pressure changes. A rigid metal patch might hold for a while, but eventually the rock would pull away from it. This resin composite flexes with the stone, becoming part of it rather than simply covering the damage." It was a small lesson, but representative of Fremen philosophy, working with the environment's natural tendencies, rather than imposing rigid solutions that fought against them. Adaptation over domination, harmony over control. With the breach repaired, they continued their inspection, finding only minor issues that were easily addressed. By the time they returned to the main chamber, the storm had been raging for nearly 5 hours. According to Safer's earlier prediction, they were approaching the point where its intensity should begin to diminish. In the monitoring station, they found confirmation of this assessment. The pressure readings were showing subtle changes that indicated the storm's core was passing beyond their location. The wind patterns, while still dangerous, had begun to shift from the chaotic violence of peak intensity to the more directional flow that characterized a storm's trailing edge. "Another 3 hours before we can begin limited external assessment," Safer estimated after studying the instruments. "The wind traps will have taken significant abrasion damage, but the core structures should be intact if our preparations were sufficient." "They were," Moran assured her. "Your team performed admirably, particularly our young helper here," he added with an approving nod toward Kalev, who straightened with pride at the acknowledgement. The waiting continued. In the main chamber, the community had shifted to quiet water-conserving activities. Some slept, taking advantage of the enforced inactivity to rest their bodies and reduce moisture loss through respiration. Others engaged in the silent hand language of the Fremen, communicating complex ideas without speech. Another water preservation technique developed over generations of desert life. Basim found a quiet corner where he began reviewing the maintenance plans for the post-storm recovery. Noticing Caleb hovering nearby, he gestured for the boy to join him. "Want to see how we prioritize repairs after a major storm?" he offered, spreading out a schematic of the wind trap array. Caleb nodded eagerly, settling beside the technician. "How do you know what will be damaged before you've even seen it?" "Experience," Basim replied, "and probability. Certain components fail more frequently than others. Certain storm conditions target specific vulnerabilities." He pointed to sections of the diagram. "These outer veils, for instance, they're designed to be sacrificial. Better to lose them than the more critical collector elements behind them." He continued explaining the systematic approach to post-storm recovery, describing how teams would be organized to address different aspects of the repair process simultaneously. It wasn't simply about fixing what had broken, but about learning from each failure to improve future designs, a continuous cycle of adaptation that had served the Fremen for generations. As predicted, the storm's intensity gradually diminished over the next 3 hours. The howling wind softened to a persistent moan, and the violent shuddering of the sietch subsided to occasional tremors. In the monitoring station, Safer watched the instruments carefully, waiting for the specific combination of readings that would indicate safe conditions for the initial external assessment. Finally, as the chronometer marked the storm's 8th hour, she gave the signal. Conditions are within preliminary exploration parameters. First team may prepare for exterior access. Miran, Basim, and 2 other experienced members of the wind trap maintenance crew began donning their stillsuits and protective gear. These post-storm expeditions were always hazardous. The air remained laden with fine dust that could damage lungs, and unstable sand formations created treacherous footing. Only those with extensive experience were permitted on the initial survey team. "I want to come too," Kalev insisted, knowing even as he spoke that the request would be denied. "Next time, perhaps," Basim told him kindly. "For now, your job is to help Safer monitor our progress from here. If conditions worsen suddenly, you'll need to alert us immediately." Though disappointed, Kalev accepted the responsibility seriously, taking up position beside Safer at the communication system, a simple but effective arrangement of sound tubes that allowed limited voice contact with the exterior assessment team. The 4 surveyors disappeared into the airlock that would give them access to the surface, sealing the interior door behind them. Long minutes passed as they cycled through the decontamination process, clearing residual dust from the chamber before opening the exterior door. Finally, Miran's voice echoed through the communication tube. "Exterior access achieved, visibility approximately 50 meters, wind decreased Category 2, proceeding to primary wind trap inspection." Safer acknowledged the report, then settled in for the methodical process of tracking the team's movements and findings. Beside her, Kalev watched the monitoring instruments, alert for any signs of changing conditions that might endanger those outside. The reports filtered in steadily over the next hour. As expected, the wind traps had suffered significant external damage. Outer veils were shredded, some support structures bent or displaced, collection pathways clogged with compacted sand. But the core systems, the precious moisture-gathering elements that were the heart of the technology, had survived intact, protected by the multiple layers of sacrificial components designed to absorb the storm's fury. "Southern array at 60% capacity," came Basim's voice through the tube. "Repairable to 80% with available materials. Northern array worse, 40% current function, potential recovery to 65% within 3 days. These were better outcomes than many had dared hope for. A Coriolis storm of such intensity could have disabled their water collection completely, forcing the siege to survive on stored reserves until repairs could be completed. Instead, they would maintain a reduced but functional capacity throughout the recovery period. As the exterior team continued their assessment, the rest of the siege began preparing for the restoration work to come. Repair materials were organized, tools inspected and readied, work teams assembled based on skill sets and the specific damage reported. Everyone, from the youngest children to the oldest elders, had a role to play in the community's recovery effort. By the time the survey team returned from their exterior inspection, covered in fine dust but satisfied with their findings, the siege was already mobilizing for action. Miran called for attention, raising his hands for silence as he prepared to address the community. "The storm has tested us," he began, "as the desert always tests those who would survive its challenges. Our wind traps stand, though injured. Our water systems function, though reduced. Our community remains whole and prepared to restore what has been damaged." He gestured to the schematic that had been updated with the survey team's findings, now displayed prominently for all to see. 3 days of dedicated work will return us to acceptable water collection capacity. Priority will be given to the southern array, which suffered less damage and can be brought to higher functionality more quickly. All normal water rationing remains in effect, with a 10% reduction in non-essential usage until full capacity is restored. No one protested this announcement. Water discipline was so deeply ingrained in Fremen consciousness that such adjustments were accepted as simply part of desert life, neither punishment nor hardship, but practical necessity. Work begins at dawn, Mirren concluded. Until then, rest and prepare. The storm has passed, but our response to it defines us more than the damage it caused. As the community dispersed to their sleeping quarters, Kalev found himself filled with a quiet pride in what he had witnessed throughout the long hours of the storm. The Fremen of Sietch Thalide had faced a potentially devastating natural force, not with fear or despair, but with preparation, cooperation, and resilience. The wind traps, those silent sentinels that harvested life from the harsh desert air, had bent but not broken, just as the Fremen themselves adapted to challenges without surrendering their essential nature. That night, as he settled onto his sleeping pallet, Kalev listened to the diminishing sounds of the storm's aftermath, the occasional gust of wind carrying the last of the disturbed sand, the distant creaking of the wind traps as they shifted in the changing air currents. These were the lullabies of Arrakis, the planet that demanded so much from its human inhabitants, and yet in its harsh way had shaped them into something remarkable. Dawn arrived with the soft glow of filtered sunlight penetrating the Sietch's cleverly designed light wells, shafted openings in the rock that captured daylight while preventing sand infiltration and excessive heat transfer. The community awakened to a day of purposeful activity, gathering in the central chamber for a light morning meal before deploying to their assigned repair tasks. Kalev, to his delight, was assigned to Bassine's repair team, focusing on clearing sand accumulation from the collection channels of the southern wind trap array. Though not the most technically challenging work, it was critically important. Even the most sophisticated moisture-gathering technology would fail if the collected water had no clear path to the storage facilities. Outside, the desert landscape had been transformed by the storm. Dunes had shifted position, some growing taller, while others had been scoured away completely. The rocky bluff that protected the Sietch now displayed new patterns of erosion, and in some places, previously buried features had been revealed by the wind's excavation. The wind traps themselves stood like wounded sentinels, their outer structures tattered, but their central columns defiantly vertical against the morning sky. Teams of workers swarmed over them like insects tending to injured giants, removing damaged components, reinforcing weakened sections, and meticulously clearing accumulated sand from every critical juncture. Basim led Kalev and 3 other workers to the base of the third wind trap, where they began the painstaking process of tracing each collection channel from its origin point down to the main storage conduits. The work was tedious but vital, requiring careful attention to detail and an understanding of how even small obstructions could significantly reduce overall efficiency. See how the sand compacts differently in the curved sections, Basim pointed out as they cleared a particularly clogged channel. That's why we design with alternating straight and curved pathways. The straight sections are easier to clear, while the curves create controlled collection points for debris, rather than allowing it to spread throughout the system. Kalev nodded, absorbing this practical knowledge as he worked. So, we're not just fixing damage, we're preparing for the next storm too. Exactly, Basim approved. Every repair is also preparation. Every failure teaches us something new about survival. Throughout that day and the 2 that followed, the entire population of Sietch Thalide worked in coordinated shifts to restore their precious wind traps. Progress was measured not just in physical repairs completed, but in increased water collection capacity, the true metric of success in this water-starved world. By the end of the first day, the southern array had been returned to 70% functionality. By the second evening, it exceeded 85%. And as the third day's work concluded, Safer announced with quiet satisfaction that both arrays were now operating at levels that would sustain the siege comfortably until more complete restoration could be achieved during the calmer weather cycles ahead. On the evening of the third day, with the immediate crisis resolved and the community's survival ensured, Miran called for a gathering in the central chamber. Unlike the tense assembly before the storm, this meeting carried an air of accomplishment and shared purpose. Water siblings, the Naib began, using the more intimate form of address reserved for celebrations. Our response to the storm has proven our strength once again. The wind traps stand, the water flows, the siege endures. A murmur of satisfaction passed through the gathered Fremen. Tonight, we honor those whose efforts were exceptional, Miran continued. Safer, whose reading of the storm gave us precious hours of preparation time. Basim, whose leadership of the repair teams brought our collection capacity back more quickly than expected. Each person named bowed slightly, accepting the recognition with the understated dignity characteristic of Fremen culture, where individual accomplishment was valued but always placed within the context of community benefit. And, Miran added, his gaze finding Kalev among the crowd, we recognize new contributions to our collective strength. Kalev, whose sharp eyes detected a breach that might have gone unnoticed until far more serious damage had occurred. The boy straightened in surprise as heads turned toward him. He had not expected to be mentioned among the adults whose specialized skills had been so crucial to the siege's recovery. Step forward, Miran instructed. Kalev moved through the crowd, conscious of the approving glances from those around him. When he reached Miran, the Naib removed a small object from a pouch at his waist, a polished stone pendant on a simple cord, marked with the symbol of Siege Atreides Waterkeepers. This marks your formal acceptance into the Wind Trap Apprentice Corps, Miran explained, placing the cord around Kalev's neck. Your training begins officially with the new moon. Wear this as a reminder that the youngest eyes can sometimes see what the oldest may miss. The simple ceremony concluded with the traditional water blessing, a symbolic sharing of a single precious drop that passed from person to person, connecting each individual to the community's collective resources and responsibilities. It was not water to drink, but water to remember, a tactile reminder of the substance that made life on Arrakis possible and bound the Fremen to each other and to their harsh but beloved world. As the formal gathering transitioned into a more relaxed communal meal, Kalev found himself approached by Safer, who rarely participated in such social activities, preferring the quiet company of her instruments and weather predictions. The pendant suits you, she observed, gesturing to the stone that now rested against his chest, though it carries both honor and obligation. I'll work hard to deserve it, Kalev promised. The old woman studied him with her penetrating blue gaze. You heard the wind trap before you saw the damage, she said. It wasn't a question. Kalev nodded slowly. There was a sound, a sort of whistle that didn't belong. The wind traps speak to those who know how to listen, Safar told him. Not just during storms, but always. They sing of moisture patterns, of approaching weather, of the desert's breathing. She paused, considering him with new interest. Perhaps, when your technical training with Basim is complete, you might wish to learn the deeper listening as well. The offer was significant. Safer had not taken a dedicated apprentice for weather reading in many years, though several had sought the honor. That she would consider Kalev, especially at such a young age, was a mark of rare distinction. I would be honored, he replied sincerely. She nodded once, decisively. We shall see. The desert tests us all in different ways. It has tested you once and will test you many times more. Each challenge reveals another layer of who we truly are." With that cryptic statement, she moved away, rejoining the water accounting group, who were engaged in calculating the precise impact of the storm on their long-term reserves. Kalev found himself a quiet spot at the edge of the celebration, his fingers absently tracing the carved symbol on his new pendant. The events of the past few days had shifted something within him, a deepening connection to the siege, to the wind traps that sustained them, and to the harsh yet beautiful world that both challenged and shaped their existence. Basim approached, carrying 2 small cups of spiced coffee, a luxury usually reserved for special occasions. He offered one to Kalev, who accepted it with appropriate reverence. "To your first storm response," Basim said, raising his cup in a subtle toast. "May it be the first of many successful adaptations." "The wind traps held," Kalev noted after taking a careful sip of the precious liquid. "They always do in their fashion," Basim replied. "Bend but don't break. That's the principle behind all Fremen technology. Rigidity invites destruction. Flexibility enables survival." They sat in companionable silence for a while, observing the community's muted celebration. Unlike the extravagant festivities of the Imperium's noble houses, Fremen celebrations were characterized by their restraint, subtle expressions of joy and accomplishment, rather than ostentatious displays that wasted precious energy and resources. "What happens now?" Kalev eventually asked. "After the repairs are complete?" "We refine, we improve, we prepare for the next challenge." Basim gestured toward the outer walls of the chamber, beyond which lay the wind traps and the vast desert they all called home. "That's the cycle of life on Arrakis. The storm destroys, we rebuild stronger. The desert takes, we adapt to preserve more effectively." "And the wind traps? Will we change their design based on what we learned from this storm?" Basim smiled slightly. "Observant, as always. Yes, there will be adjustments. The eastern array's upper vanes held better than the western ones, a difference in angle that proved significant in this particular storm pattern. We'll modify the others accordingly. And the reinforced collection channels you helped clear performed better than the standard designs. Small changes, but meaningful ones." As the evening progressed, the celebration gradually quieted, with people returning to their quarters to rest after the intensive work of the past 3 days. Tomorrow would bring a return to the Siege's normal routines: water collection monitoring, food preparation, equipment maintenance, and the myriad other tasks that sustain their community in this unforgiving environment. Kalev retired to his family's small but meticulously organized living space, where his parents waited with quiet pride. They had already heard of his recognition and the pendant he now wore. News traveled quickly within the close-knit community of the Siege. "Your grandfather would have been pleased," his father said simply, touching the pendant briefly. "He helped design the 3rd generation of these wind traps, before the fever took him." This was news to Kalev, who had been too young when his grandfather died to know much about the man's contributions to the siege. "I didn't know that." "There's a marking near the base of the central support on the 4th trap," his mother added. "His water symbol, carved into the stone. Perhaps Basim will show it to you during your training." The connection to his ancestry added another layer of meaning to Kalev's new role. Like the wind traps themselves, Fremen society was built on foundations laid by previous generations, each contributing to a structure designed for long-term survival rather than immediate gratification. Morning arrived with the gentle illumination of the Siege's light wells, gradually filling the living spaces with the diffuse glow of Arrakis's twin suns. Kalev awoke feeling rested yet changed. as if the experiences of the storm response had altered something fundamental within him. After a spare breakfast that reflected the Sietch's continued water conservation measures, he reported to Basim for his first official day as a wind trap apprentice. The older technician was already at work, reviewing the maintenance schedules that would guide their activities in the coming weeks. "Ah, good timing," Basim greeted him. "We're beginning the secondary repair phase today, addressing the damage that wasn't critical for immediate water collection, but needs attention before the next storm season." He handed Kalev a maintenance kit, a compact collection of tools and materials specifically designed for wind trap work. Unlike the temporary kit he'd been issued during the emergency repairs, this one bore his watermark, etched into the carrying case as a sign of his new status. "This is yours now," Basim told him. "Learn each tool, understand its purpose and limitations. Your life and the lives of your water siblings may depend on your skill with these implements someday." Kalev accepted the kit solemnly, recognizing both the practical value of the tools and the symbolic importance of receiving them. In Fremen culture, tools were never merely objects, but extensions of one's contribution to collective survival. Their work that day took them to each of the 6 wind traps in succession, conducting detailed inspections now that the immediate crisis had passed. With the calmer atmosphere and reduced time pressure, Basim could provide more comprehensive explanations of the technology's intricacies, pointing out design elements and engineering principles that Kalev had not noticed during the frantic repair efforts. "See these grooves along the collection surface?" Basim indicated a series of nearly invisible channels etched into what appeared to be a smooth panel. They create micro-turbulence in the airflow, increasing contact time between moist air and the condensation surface. A 0.5% efficiency improvement. Doesn't sound significant until you calculate it across years of operation. Kalev ran his fingers along the subtle patterns, appreciating the ingenuity behind their design. "Who thinks of these improvements? Do they come from the technical schools in the imperial cities?" Basim laughed softly. "No, the Imperium has little interest in water efficiency. Most of these innovations come from within. Fremen who observe, question, experiment, and share their findings. Your grandfather, for instance, developed a modified collection angle that increased dawn moisture capture by nearly 3%. It seems small, but over decades that innovation has added thousands of liters to our reserves." This revelation about his family's contribution to the Sietch's water security filled Kalev with quiet pride. He resolved to pay even closer attention to Basim's teachings, hoping that someday he too might develop improvements that would benefit future generations. As they worked through the day, moving methodically from one wind trap to the next, other teams were similarly engaged throughout the siege. Some focused on restoring the outer living areas that had been temporarily abandoned during the storm. Others worked on clearing the access pathways that connected Sietch Thalidai to neighboring Fremen communities, routes that would need to be re-established now that the storm had reshaped the desert landscape. By midday they had reached the 4th wind trap, the one his mother had mentioned. As they inspected its massive central support column, Caleb gathered his courage to ask about his grandfather's mark. "My mother said my grandfather's water symbol is carved somewhere on this trap," he mentioned, trying to sound casual rather than eager. Basim smiled knowingly. "I wondered if you'd heard about that." He led Kalev to the eastern face of the support column, kneeling to brush away a thin layer of sand that had accumulated at its base. There, almost invisible unless one knew exactly where to look, a small symbol had been carefully etched into the stone. A stylized representation of water flowing in a specific pattern, unique to Kalev's lineage. "He occured it the day this trap was completed," Basim explained, "not out of pride or to claim credit, but as a commitment. Every drop of water collected by this structure would be a continuation of his service to the Sietch, even after his physical body had returned its water to the tribe. Kalev touched the symbol reverently, feeling a connection across time to the grandfather he barely remembered. "Will I be allowed to make such a mark someday?" "If you earn the right," Basim replied honestly. "Such marks are not given. They're achieved through contributions that significantly advance our water security. Your grandfather's collection angle design qualified. Perhaps you'll develop something equally valuable in time." The rest of the day passed quickly in continued inspection and repair work. By evening, they had completed a full assessment of all 6 wind traps, compiling a detailed report of remaining damage and proposed improvements that would be presented to the Sietch Council for resource allocation. As the twin suns of Arrakis set behind the western dunes, casting long shadows across the desert landscape, Kalev stood with Basim on a small observation platform near the tallest wind trap. From this vantage point, they could see for kilometers across the seemingly endless expanse of sand, the terrain still bearing the fresh scars of the recent storm's passage. "It looks so quiet now," Kalev observed. "Hard to believe it was trying to tear everything apart just days ago." "The desert has many moods," Basim replied. "Violent fury, yes, but also this." He gestured to the tranquil evening scene. "A peace that can seem almost benevolent until you remember its fundamental hostility to human life." "Do you hate it?" Kalev asked, curious about his mentor's relationship with the harsh environment that defined their existence. Basim considered the question thoughtfully before answering. "No, I don't hate it. I respect it, fear it sometimes, but also love it, in a way that might seem strange to off-worlders. The desert has shaped us, challenged us to become something greater than we might have been on a gentler world." He turned toward the wind traps, their tall forms now silhouetted against the darkening sky. "These structures represent our answer to that challenge, not a surrender to the desert's harshness, but a conversation with it. We acknowledge its nature and adapt to it, rather than futilely attempting to force it to adapt to us." As darkness settled over the landscape, the temperature began its rapid descent toward the bitter cold of an Arrakis night. They retreated into the warmth and safety of the Sietch, joining the rest of the community for the evening meal and water accounting. The daily ritual, where usage was measured, allocations adjusted, and conservation efforts acknowledged. In the days and weeks that followed, life in Sietch Thalidi returned to its normal rhythms. The wind traps, fully repaired and subtly improved based on lessons learned during the storm, continued their silent work of harvesting moisture from the desert air. Water reserves gradually rebuilt toward their optimal levels, allowing for a relaxation of the strictest conservation measures that had been implemented immediately after the storm. Kalev settled into his new role as a wind trap apprentice, dividing his time between practical maintenance work with Basim and theoretical studies of weather patterns with Sefar. The pendant he wore became not just a symbol of status, but a tangible reminder of his connection to the Sietch's most vital technology and the generations of Fremen who had developed and refined it. The Coriolis storm, for all its destructive power, had ultimately strengthened rather than weakened the community. Repairs had introduced improvements, challenges had reinforced cooperation. The cycle of adaptation that had sustained Fremen society for generations continued unbroken, preparing them for the next test that the desert would inevitably bring. And through it all, the wind traps stood as silent sentinels, testament to Fremen ingenuity and resilience, harvesting life itself from the breath of a world that seemed determined to deny it. Their constant subtle sounds, the whisper of air through collection veins, the faint trickle of condensation moving through gathering channels, the occasional ping of thermal expansion and contraction, formed a background melody to Siege life, a perpetual reminder of the delicate balance between survival and catastrophe on this harsh but magnificent world. For Kelev, those sounds became a language he was gradually learning to interpret, guided by Basim's technical knowledge and Seifer's almost mystical understanding of weather patterns. Each wind trap had its own voice, its own story to tell about the desert beyond the Siege's protective walls. And in those voices, for those who knew how to listen, lay not just data about current conditions, but hints of changes to come, the distant approach of storms not yet visible, the subtle shifts in atmospheric composition that might indicate unusual weather patterns developing far beyond the horizon. One evening, as the regular maintenance cycle was concluding, Seifer summoned Kalev to the monitoring station, an unusual occurrence outside his scheduled training sessions with her. When he arrived, he found both Seifer and Basim examining weather instruments with focused attention. "Listen," Seifer instructed without preamble, adjusting one of the sound receptors connected to the most distant wind trap. Kalev obediently bent closer to the amplification device, concentrating on the faint sounds it transmitted. At first, he heard only the normal operational noises of the wind trap, the familiar patterns he had been learning to recognize over the past weeks. But then, beneath those expected sounds, he detected something different. A rhythmic, almost melodic fluctuation that didn't match any of the patterns Seifer had previously identified for him. "What is it?" he asked, looking up at his instructors with curiosity. "That," Basim replied with a hint of excitement in his usually measured voice, "is the sound of a moisture-rich air mass moving along the funeral plain. It's rare, perhaps once in a decade, but when it occurs, those who are prepared can harvest 3 or 4 times the normal water yield." Seifer nodded in confirmation. The last such event was 9 years ago. If this pattern develops as expected, we have approximately 4 days to prepare the wind traps for maximum collection efficiency during the event. For the next 3 days, Siege Taladai buzzed with purposeful activity as the wind traps were adjusted and optimized for the approaching moisture anomaly. Additional collection surfaces were deployed, temporary storage containers prepared, and careful calculations made to ensure that every possible drop of this unexpected bounty would be captured and preserved. Kalev found himself at the center of preparations, assisting both Basim with the technical modifications and Seifer with the ongoing monitoring of the approaching air mass. The dual nature of his apprenticeship, technical and observational, gave him a more comprehensive understanding of the event than he might have gained from either perspective alone. On the evening before the moisture-rich air was expected to reach their location, Mirren called the community together for a special gathering. Unlike the emergency meeting before the storm or the celebration after repairs were completed, this assembly carried an air of quiet anticipation, a recognition that they stood on the threshold of a rare opportunity. "Tomorrow," the night began, "we will witness one of Dune's infrequent gifts, a moisture flow that can fill our reserves beyond normal capacity. Our preparations are complete. Our wind traps stand ready. Now we must ensure that we use this blessing wisely." He turned to Seifer, inviting her to explain the phenomenon in greater detail. The weathered woman stepped forward, her manner direct, as always. "The air mass approaching us originated far to the south, beyond the funeral plain," she explained. "It has gathered moisture from the small southern seas and carried it northward along an unusual wind pattern that occurs only when specific temperature differentials align with particular seasonal factors." She gestured to a map of Arrakis displayed on the chamber wall, tracing the path of the moisture-laden air. By the calculations of our instruments and the patterns observed by our wind traps, this air mass will pass directly over Sietch Thaladi, beginning approximately 2 hours after dawn tomorrow and continuing for nearly 10 hours. A murmur of excitement passed through the gathered Fremen. 10 hours of enhanced moisture collection could substantially increase their water reserves, providing a buffer against future shortages, and perhaps even allowing for modest expansion of some water-dependent activities like expanded crop cultivation or increased breeding stock. During this period, Safer continued, all normal activities will be suspended. Every able body will be assigned to the collection effort, monitoring wind traps, managing storage flow, preventing system overload, and ensuring maximum efficiency. This is not a storm to survive, but an opportunity to embrace. The planning session continued well into the night, with detailed assignments distributed and contingencies established for various scenarios that might develop during the event. Kalev, to his surprise and pride, was assigned responsibility for monitoring the collection rates of the third and fourth wind traps, a position usually reserved for those with far more experience. "You've earned the opportunity," Basim told him when he expressed concern about his readiness for such an important role. "Your observations during the storm and your quick learning since then have proven your capability. Besides," he added with a rare smile, "both Safer and I will be nearby if you encounter any situation beyond your current knowledge." Morning broke clear and calm, with no visible indication of the moisture phenomenon that their instruments insisted was approaching. To casual observation, it appeared to be just another day on Arrakis. Twin suns rising into a cloudless sky, harsh light illuminating endless dunes, dry air carrying the faint scent of spice that permeated every aspect of life on the desert planet. But within the siege, anticipation had reached a controlled intensity. Final preparations were completed as the community mobilized according to the carefully orchestrated plan developed the previous evening. Collection systems were verified, storage containers positioned, monitoring stations manned, and communication protocols established between the various teams responsible for different aspects of the operation. Kalov took up his position at the monitoring station for wind traps 3 and 4, instruments calibrated and recording mechanisms prepared to document every aspect of the approaching moisture event. Despite his outward focus on technical readiness, he couldn't help feeling a sense of wonder at being part of such a rare occurrence, something that many Fremen might experience only a few times in their entire lives. The first indication that the moisture-rich air mass had arrived came not through instruments but through a subtle change in how the air felt against exposed skin, a barely perceptible increase in humidity that registered more as an absence of the usual dryness than as actual dampness. Then the wind traps began to respond, their collection systems activating at higher rates as they encountered air containing significantly more moisture than the typical desert atmosphere. Collection rate increasing at wind trap 3, Kalev reported through the communication system. 8% above normal, 10%, 12%. Similar reports came in from other monitoring stations, tracking the rising efficiency of each wind trap as the moisture-laden air flowed over the siege. Within an hour, collection rates had reached 20% above normal levels and continued to climb steadily as the core of the air mass arrived. By midday, the phenomenon was at its peak. Collection rates had stabilized at nearly 4 times normal capacity, an extraordinary yield that kept every member of the water management team fully engaged in managing the flow, preventing system overloads and ensuring proper storage of the precious liquid being harvested at unprecedented rates. From his monitoring position, Kalev could see the visible evidence of the increased moisture collection. condensation forming more rapidly on the collection surfaces, gathering channels flowing at capacity, and storage indicators rising steadily as the wind traps performed their function with remarkable efficiency. The sounds had changed too, the usual subtle whispers of the collection process amplified into a more audible symphony of water movement. Wind Trap 4 approaching maximum design capacity, he reported after reading a particularly high set of measurements. Flow rate at 93% of theoretical limit. Acknowledged, came Basim's voice in response. Divert excess flow to the secondary storage system. Maintain careful monitoring of pressure levels in the primary channels. Kalev made the necessary adjustments, redirecting a portion of the collected water to prevent overloading the main system, while ensuring that none of the precious liquid was lost due to capacity limitations. It was delicate work, requiring constant attention and frequent small corrections as conditions evolved throughout the day. By late afternoon, as the extraordinary air mass began to pass beyond their location, collection rates gradually decreased toward more normal levels. The community's water storage facilities, however, told the story of the day's success. Gauge after gauge showing levels approaching maximum capacity, a water wealth that would sustain the siege comfortably through many months ahead. As the final phase of the event concluded and normal desert conditions returned, Miran once again gathered the community, this time to acknowledge their collective achievement and outline the implications of their newly expanded water reserves. Today we have witnessed and harvested one of Arrakis's rare gifts, he began, satisfaction evident in his voice despite his characteristically restrained manner. Through preparation, cooperation, and the technology refined by generations before us, we have captured enough additional water to increase our reserves by approximately 62% above previous levels. This announcement, though delivered calmly, represented a monumental achievement. For a Fremen community, water reserves of such magnitude meant far more than simple survival. They created possibilities for growth, development, and the pursuit of longer-term goals that might otherwise remain perpetually beyond reach. In accordance with our traditions, Miran continued, the Water Council will meet tomorrow to determine the allocation of this bounty. Essential reserve requirements will be maintained, with the surplus distributed according to the Siege's established priorities and the needs identified by each family group. He gestured toward the wind traps, still visible through the Siege's observation ports, as silhouettes against the evening sky. Tonight, we offer thanks to these silent harvesters and to the ancestors whose wisdom created them. Their vision has sustained us through countless challenges and now allows us to embrace an unexpected blessing. The gathering concluded with the traditional water ceremony, though with a subtle difference that reflected the day's abundance. Instead of the usual symbolic sharing of a single drop, each person received a small but perceptible sip, a physical acknowledgement of the community's temporarily expanded resources that would have been unthinkably wasteful under normal circumstances. As the ceremony concluded and the community dispersed to their evening activities, Kalev found himself approached by both his mentors. Safer, typically sparing with praise, nodded approvingly. Your monitoring was precise, she stated simply. No adjustments were required to your reports. From her, this understated acknowledgement represented high commendation. Basim, slightly more expressive in his feedback, placed a hand briefly on Kalev's shoulder. You maintained focus throughout the event, even when collection rates exceeded anything you'd been trained for, he noted. That capacity to adapt to unprecedented conditions is as valuable as technical knowledge. Their combined approval filled Kalev with quiet satisfaction. He had contributed meaningfully to an event of significant importance to the entire siege. not just as an apprentice following instructions, but as an active participant whose decisions and actions had helped maximize the water harvest. As darkness settled over the desert, Kalev stood once more on the small observation platform near the wind traps. The structures stood silent now, their extraordinary work complete, returned to the normal rhythms of standard moisture collection. Yet they seemed different to him somehow. Not just tools or technology, but partners in the Fremen's ongoing dialogue with their harsh environment. The wind traps had weathered the destructive fury of the Coriolis storm, bending but not breaking under its assault. They had then embraced the unexpected gift of the moisture-rich air mass, efficiently capturing its bounty for the community's benefit. In both extremes, they represented the essence of Fremen philosophy: resilience in adversity, readiness for opportunity, and above all, the patient persistence that enabled survival in one of the universe's most unforgiving environments. Basim joined him on the platform, his gaze following Kalev's toward the wind traps and the star-filled sky beyond them. "Days like today remind us why we endure the harsh ones," he remarked after a comfortable silence. "The desert takes much but occasionally gives back, if we're prepared to receive its gifts." "Do you think other Seachers caught this moisture flow too?" Kalev asked. "Some, perhaps, if they were in its path and maintained their wind traps properly. Others may have missed the opportunity through lack of preparation or proper observation." Basim shrugged slightly. "The desert offers no guarantees, only possibilities. It's up to us to be ready when those possibilities arise." They stood together for a while longer, mentor and apprentice, watching as the stars emerged in greater numbers across the vast desert sky. The wind traps creaked occasionally in the cooling night air, their sounds returning to the familiar patterns that Caleb was learning to interpret with increasing skill. In those quiet moments, surrounded by the immensity of Arrakis and the ingenious structures that made human life possible upon its hostile surface, Caleb felt a profound connection to both, to the planet that challenged and the technology that answered. The wind traps stood as mediators between these forces, neither fully conquering the desert nor entirely surrendering to it, but finding a middle path of sustainable coexistence. It was, he realized, the essential wisdom of Fremen culture distilled into physical form, not fighting against overwhelming odds but working with them, not demanding what could not be given, but gratefully accepting what could, not imposing rigid solutions but adapting continuously to changing conditions. In this philosophy lay not just survival but a deeper harmony, a relationship with Arrakis based on respect rather than mere endurance. As they finally turned to re-enter the Siege for the night, Caleb cast one last glance at the wind traps silhouetted against the star-filled sky. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, new opportunities to refine both the technology and his understanding of it. But for now, in this moment between extremes, there was a quiet satisfaction in being part of something that endured. The ongoing story of human resilience, written in the language of water and wind, sand and sky, on the harsh but magnificent world they called home. The dawn broke slowly over the vast expanse of Arrakis, painting the dunes in shades of amber and gold as the first sun crested the horizon. In the distance, where sand met sky, a solitary figure stood motionless atop a massive dune, wrapped in a still suit of muted browns that blended perfectly with the desert landscape. Aqil ibn Mahmud al-Fali had already been awake for hours, his blue within blue eyes scanning the territory with practiced patience. For 37 years, Aqil had served as a worm herder for the Fremen of Sietch Jacarutu. It was a calling few pursued and fewer mastered, a solitary existence devoted to understanding and monitoring the movements of Shai-Hulud, the great sandworms of Arrakis. Not guardians in the conventional sense, worm herders observed patterns, guided their siege members away from dangerous territories, and, most importantly, ensured a respectful distance was maintained between human necessity and the sacred creatures that ruled the deep desert. As he stood watching the desert come alive with morning light, Akil's trained senses detected subtle vibrations beneath his feet. A distant worm, moving through the sand several kilometers to the northwest. From the rhythm and intensity of the tremors, he identified it as one of the larger specimens in his territory, likely the ancient bull he had named Silent Thunder in his private thoughts. The naming of worms was discouraged among the Fremen. Shai-Hulud was Shai-Hulud, one manifestation of the divine force that shaped and protected the desert. Yet after decades of observation, Akil couldn't help but recognize individual patterns and behaviors among the great makers. Silent Thunder moved with distinctive grace despite its enormous size, creating less surface disturbance than worms half its length. The old herder had developed a particular respect for this creature, whose territory had remained stable for at least 20 years. Reaching into a pocket of his stillsuit, Akil retrieved a small device crafted from salvaged Imperial technology and Fremen ingenuity. A thumper detector that could identify the rhythmic vibrations of artificial thumpers from up to 10 kilometers away. Unlike conventional moisture sensors or motion detectors, this specialized tool helped him monitor unauthorized worm-calling activities in his assigned territory, a critical function of his role as caretaker. The device remained silent, confirming what his natural senses had already told him. No one was foolishly attempting to summon Shai-Hulud this morning. With practiced movements, Akil secured his equipment and began his descent from the dune, using the sand-walking technique that minimized disturbance and noise. Today's patrol would take him along the southeastern boundary of his territory, an area where the Great Desert met a series of rocky outcroppings that occasionally attracted off-world visitors seeking shelter from the harsh sun. As he walked, Akil maintained a rhythm that was both deliberate and efficient, a pace he could sustain for days if necessary, conserving water and energy while covering significant distances. His footsteps left almost no trace, a lifetime of desert discipline evident in every movement. The sandwalking was so ingrained that it required no conscious thought, freeing his mind to focus on the subtle signs around him that spoke volumes to those who knew how to read them. A slight depression in the sand there. A worm had passed within the last day, its massive body creating a shallow trough that would remain visible until the next breeze reshaped the dune. The angle of the compression indicated direction of travel, while its depth suggested a medium-sized maker, perhaps 8 meters in diameter. Nothing unusual, just one of the regular inhabitants going about its business in the desert ecology. Farther on, Akil paused to examine a small area where the sand had a different texture, slightly crystallized and fused in places. A spice blow had occurred here recently, bringing the precious melange to the surface. The maker responsible had already moved on, but the evidence remained for those who knew what to look for. He made a mental note of the location. This information would be valuable to the spice harvesting teams from his siege, though they would need to approach with caution given the recent worm activity. By mid-morning, the heat had intensified as the second sun joined the first in the cloudless sky. Akil paused in the shadow of a large dune to take a carefully measured sip from his stillsuit's catch pocket. As he did so, he noticed a flicker of movement at the base of the rocky ridge that marked the boundary of his patrol area. Reaching for the small set of Maula pistol binoculars tucked securely at his waist, he focused on the disturbance. 3 figures moved among the rocks, not Fremen, their awkward gait and inefficient movements marking them clearly as off-worlders. They wore basic still suits of Imperial manufacture, technically functional but lacking the refined efficiency of Fremen design. Scientists or researchers, Akil guessed, noting the equipment they carried. Probably from the Imperial Ecological Testing Station, though they had ventured unusually far from their protected compound. Under normal circumstances, Akil would have simply observed from a distance. His role was not to engage with outsiders, but to monitor how their presence might affect the Makers. But something about their movements concerned him. They were placing small devices in the sand at regular intervals, devices that emitted faint flashes of light, visible even at this distance. With growing unease, he realized they were setting up some kind of experimental perimeter, and they had chosen their location poorly. The area they were investigating lay directly in the path that Silent Thunder typically traversed during the hottest part of the day, when the ancient worm moved from the deep desert toward the shelter of the rock formations where temperatures were marginally cooler. Whatever data these scientists hoped to gather, they were placing themselves in significant danger. Akil considered his options. He could simply watch events unfold. The natural consequence of ignorance in the desert was often harsh but educational. Yet something in him resisted this passive approach. Not compassion exactly, though that played a part. Rather, it was his duty as caretaker that compelled him to act. If Silent Thunder was disturbed or injured by whatever technology these off-worlders deployed, the delicate balance of the territory could be disrupted for years. His decision made, Akil adjusted his course, moving toward the rock formation with the same unhurried but purposeful stride. Even as he walked, his keen senses detected a familiar vibration through the sand, faint but growing stronger. Silent Thunder was indeed moving in this direction, perhaps drawn by the unusual vibrations of the scientists' equipment. Time was limited. The off-worlders noticed Akil's approach when he was still about 200 meters away. Their reaction was predictable, a momentary freezing in place, followed by hurried consultation among themselves. One raised what appeared to be a communications device, perhaps calling for instructions or support. Another reached for a sidearm before being restrained by the third figure who seemed to be in charge. Akil maintained his steady approach, hands visible and empty to signal non-aggression. When he drew close enough for conversation without shouting, which would have been both wasteful of moisture and potentially dangerous given what stirred beneath the sand, he stopped and offered the formal greeting. "I give you the blessing of water," he said in heavily accented Galach, the common language of the Imperium. It was not the traditional Fremen greeting, which he reserved for his own kind, but a modified version suitable for outsiders. The leader of the group, a woman with the distinctive pale skin and light eyes of those who had spent little time under Arrakis's harsh suns, stepped forward cautiously. "We are from the Imperial Ecological Testing Station," she said, confirming Akil's assumption. "This area is within our research permit zone. We have authorization from Arrakis for these studies." Akil nodded slightly, neither confirming nor disputing her claim. Imperial permits meant little in the deep desert, where Fremen law prevailed when no one else was watching, but he had not come to challenge their presence, only their wisdom. "You have chosen dangerous ground for your work," he stated simply, gesturing toward their equipment. "What you place in the sand calls to Shai Hulud. He comes now." The scientists exchanged glances, a mixture of excitement and apprehension crossing their features. The woman spoke again, her tone more respectful than before. "We're studying vibration patterns and their effect on sandworm movement," she explained. "Our equipment is designed to emit only minimal disturbance, not enough to actually attract a worm." Ekil's weathered face remained impassive, but he allowed a small hint of weariness to enter his voice. 37 years I have watched the Makers. What you believe about what attracts them is incomplete. He pointed to the nearest of their devices. That one sits on the path of an old bullworm. He will pass here within the hour, following the shadow of these rocks as the suns move. If your machines remain, they will disturb him. If you remain, you will die. The bluntness of this assessment clearly startled the researchers. The younger man, who had reached for his weapon earlier, scoffed openly. Our equipment is based on years of scientific study, he countered. The vibrations are well below the threshold known to attract worms. The leader, however, was studying Akil more carefully now, noting the quiet authority in his bearing and the absolute certainty with which he had spoken. "You're a worm herder, aren't you?" she asked suddenly. "I thought that was just a myth. Fremen who track and monitor the sandworms." "We prefer caretaker," Akil corrected mildly. "One does not herd Shai-Hulud. One observes. One respects. One learns when to approach and when to stay distant." He gestured again to their equipment. "Today is a time for distance." As if to emphasize his point, a subtle tremor passed through the sand beneath their feet, so faint that the off-worlders might not have noticed it had they not been specifically discussing worm activity. Akil, however, recognized it immediately. Silent thunder had changed course slightly, now moving directly toward their position at a deliberate pace. The third scientist, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up. "If we gather our equipment quickly, how long do we have to reach safety? A practical question at least." Akil glanced at the position of the suns, calculating. "If you go now, taking only what you can carry in one trip, you will reach the rock shield before Shai-Hulud arrives. Anything left behind will be lost." The leader made her decision quickly, gesturing to her companions. "Pack the core sensors and the recording equipment. Leave the perimeter markers." To Akil she added, "Thank you for the warning. Would you be willing to show us the safe path back to the rocks?" Akil considered this request. His duty was to the worms first, to his siege second, and to outsiders a distant third. Yet these researchers, for all their misguided confidence, were not actively hostile. Their studies, while potentially disruptive, came from a desire to understand rather than exploit. That deserved some measure of consideration. "I will show you," he agreed, turning toward the rocky ridge. "Follow precisely in my footsteps. The pattern of your walking matters now." As the scientists hastily gathered their most essential equipment, Akil led them toward the safety of the rocks, using an indirect route that minimized vibrations. He set a pace that challenged the off-worlders but remained within their capabilities, aware that Silent Thunder's approach was accelerating as the worms sensed the unfamiliar vibrations of the remaining devices. They reached the rocky ground with little time to spare. From the safety of the stone ridge, they watched as a massive disturbance in the sand approached the abandoned equipment. The surface bulged upward in a wave-like motion before splitting open to reveal the immense circular maw of Silent Thunder. 50 meters in diameter at least, ringed with crystal teeth that could crush and consume anything in its path. The off-worlders gasped at the spectacle, equal parts terrified and fascinated, as the ancient worm devoured their remaining senses in a single, fluid movement before submerging once more beneath the sand. The entire encounter lasted less than 30 seconds, but the impression it left would likely remain with the scientists for the rest of their lives. That's the largest worm I've ever seen," the leader whispered, her scientific detachment momentarily shattered by the raw power they had witnessed. "He is old," Akil acknowledged, "perhaps older than any human on Arrakis. He remembers the desert before the spice harvesting began. The younger scientist, his earlier skepticism replaced by a healthy respect, turned to Akil. You called it he. Can you tell the difference between male and female worms? Akil considered how to answer. The reproductive cycles of sandworms were sacred knowledge among the Fremen, not to be casually shared with outsiders. Yet basic facts were not secret. All makers you see are male, he explained simply. The females are smaller, rarer, seen only in the deepest desert. And you track them, monitor their movements, the leader asked, her scientific curiosity returning now that immediate danger had passed. I watch over this territory, Akil corrected. I do not control or interfere unless necessary. Shai-Hulud goes where Shai-Hulud wills. My task is to know his paths, to warn my people when those paths change, and to ensure respectful distance is maintained. Like a game warden from the old Earth preserves, the third scientist observed, protecting both the animals and the people from each other. It was an imperfect comparison, but close enough that Akil nodded in acknowledgement. Your path back to your station lies that way, he said, pointing along the rocky ridge. Follow the stones until you reach the Imperial marker, then cross the small dunes directly eastward. No makers hunt there at this time of day. The leader stepped forward, offering her hand in the off-world gesture of appreciation. After a moment's hesitation, Akil accepted the handshake, though the casual touching of hands between strangers felt alien to his Fremen sensibilities. My name is Dr. Kayla Ward, she said. If we need to return to this area for research, is there a proper protocol we should follow, someone we should notify? No protocol, Akil replied, but wisdom suggests studying the shallow sands near your station before venturing this deep into Maker territory. What you seek to learn can be found there with less risk. He paused, then added, if you must return here, come after the third moon rises. The great makers rest then, and your disturbances will be less likely to provoke them. With this parting advice, Akil turned away, disappearing into the maze of rock formations before emerging onto the open sand some distance away. He resumed his patrol route, satisfied that both the off-worlders and Silent Thunder had survived their encounter without significant harm. The scientists had lost some equipment, but gained valuable knowledge. The worm had experienced minor irritation, but nothing that would disrupt its territorial pattern. Balance, in the end, had been maintained. The day continued its slow arc toward evening, the twin suns gradually losing their intensity as they descended toward the western horizon. Akil moved deeper into his territory, checking familiar markers and noting subtle changes in the landscape that only those intimately familiar with the desert would detect. As the first sun touched the horizon, Akil heard the distinctive sound of an approaching Fremen, the whisper stride that left minimal trace and created almost no vibration. He turned to see a slender figure approaching from the direction of the siege, moving with the efficiency of youth, but without the perfect control that came only with decades of practice. It was Jalila, daughter of his cousin, a girl of 16 who had recently expressed interest in the caretaker's path. According to tradition, those who felt called to this solitary vocation would spend 3 days observing an established caretaker before deciding whether to pursue the necessary decades of training. Today marked Jalila's first such observation day. "Water to your soul, uncle," she greeted him formally, using the familial title of respect rather than actual relation. "And to yours, young seeker," he replied, studying her stance and equipment with an evaluative eye. Her stillsuit was properly fitted, her water rings correctly placed, her footsteps adequately careful. A promising beginning. "I have permission from the Naib to join your patrol until tomorrow's second moonrise," she continued. if you will accept my presence. Akil nodded once. Walk with me then, watch, listen, speak only when necessary. Together they continued the patrol route as the second sun joined the first below the horizon, plunging the desert into the rapid cooling of an Arrakis evening. Jalita matched his pace without apparent effort, her youthful energy balanced by disciplined movement. For nearly an hour they walked in silence, the girl observing his occasional stops to check signs visible only to his experienced eye. Finally, as they reached a high dune overlooking a vast basin of open sand, Akil selected a spot to make evening camp. Using hand signals rather than words, he directed Jalila to help establish their minimal shelter, a small windbreak that would protect from the worst of the night breezes without blocking their view of the territory. Once the basic camp was arranged, Akil seated himself facing the open desert, gesturing for Jalila to join him. From his pack, he removed a small stone container of spiced coffee, carefully measuring moisture for 2 small cups. The offering of water, even in this form, was significant, an acknowledgement that her presence was not merely tolerated, but welcomed as part of her learning. After they had sipped their coffee in silence for a few minutes, Akil spoke. You may ask 3 questions now. Choose wisely. Jalila considered this opportunity carefully, understanding that the limitation was itself part of her instruction. Wasted questions would reflect poorly on her suitability for the caretaker's path. How do you know when a maker is truly disturbed versus merely hunting? She finally asked. A good first question, focused on practical knowledge critical to the role. Akil nodded slightly in approval. The hunting maker creates ripples that flow outward in steady patterns, like water when a stone is dropped into it, he explained using his hands to illustrate the concept. The disturbed maker's movements are irregular, stopping, starting, changing direction without purpose. You feel the difference in your feet and spine before your eyes can confirm it. Jalila absorbed this, her eyes tracking to the open basin before them as if imagining the patterns he described. After several minutes of contemplation, she posed her second question. The elders say you have named the makers in your territory, though naming Shai Hulud is discouraged. Why do you break with tradition in this way? A more challenging question, addressing his personal practice rather than general knowledge. It showed she had been listening to siege gossip about him, but also that she was unafraid to question established approaches, a necessary quality in one who would spend much time alone, making independent judgments. I do not name Shai Hulud, he corrected gently. I merely recognize the individual expressions of the divine that each maker represents. In my private thoughts, I acknowledge these distinctions. He paused, considering how to explain further. It is like the stars, all are sources of light in darkness, yet we give them different names to navigate by them. My naming helps me navigate the territories of the makers with greater precision. This answer seemed to satisfy her, though her slight frown suggested she was still processing its implications. As the first moon rose over the horizon, casting pale light across the dunes, Jalila formulated her final question. What is the true purpose of the caretaker? We say it is to protect the siege from the makers and the makers from disturbance, but after today's walking I sense there is more. Kil allowed a small smile to cross his weathered features, the first he had shown since her arrival. Her third question cut directly to the heart of the vocation, bypassing practicalities to address philosophy. Perhaps she did indeed have the temperament for this path. The true purpose, he said slowly, choosing his words with care, is to maintain balance, not just between human and maker, but between past and future. He gestured toward the vast desert spread before them. What you see here is temporary. These exact patterns of sand will never exist again after tonight's wind. Yet Shai-Hulud remains, moving through it all, connecting what was to what will be. He turned to face her directly now, the blue within blue of his eyes intense in the moonlight. The caretaker stands at the intersection of these forces, the eternal and the transient. We read the temporary to understand the permanent. We respect what was to protect what will come. This is why we walk alone yet serve the siege. This is why we speak to off-worlders when necessary, yet guard our deepest knowledge. Balance, young seeker. Always balance. Jalila nodded slowly, absorbing this perspective. She asked no further questions, honoring the limit he had set, but her expression showed deep reflection, exactly the response a potential caretaker should demonstrate. As the night deepened and the temperature continued to drop, they took turns at watch, each sleeping briefly while the other monitored the territory spread before them. Even in rest, Akil maintained awareness, a lifetime habit that allowed him to perceive significant disturbances while still gaining necessary recuperation. During his watch period, he observed Jalila's sleeping form with thoughtful consideration. The caretaker's path was not for everyone. Many who expressed initial interest were unsuited to the solitude, the subtle observations, the patience required to truly understand the ways of Shai-Hulud. Some sought the role out of desire for independence from siege life, only to discover that the responsibility to the community remained as strong as ever, merely expressed in different form. Would Jalila find her calling in this work? It was too soon to tell, but her questions suggested the right instincts, and her movements through the desert showed proper reverence. She had potential, at the very least. Dawn arrived with its characteristic suddenness, the first sun cresting the horizon and immediately asserting its dominance over the landscape. Akil was already awake, having concluded his rest period shortly before first light. He allowed Jalila a few additional minutes of sleep, another test to see if her body would naturally attune to the desert's rhythms, or if she required external prompting. Just as he was about to wake her, Jalila's eyes opened, her consciousness responding to the changing light and temperature without explicit instruction. Another good sign. They broke camp efficiently, leaving minimal trace of their presence, and continued the patrol route without extensive conversation. Today's path would take them along the western boundary of the territory, where several smaller worms had established hunting grounds in recent months. As they walked, Akil occasionally pointed out subtle signs that would have been invisible to untrained eyes. A particular ripple pattern in the sand that indicated a maker had passed within the last few hours, a slight discoloration that suggested a spice pocket forming deep below the surface, a disruption in the dune formation that revealed where a recent contest between worms had occurred. Two makers, he explained, kneeling beside this last sign. One younger, one established. Territory dispute. The younger retreated to the southwest. He pointed to barely perceptible compression patterns in the sand. We will avoid that direction today. Young makers who have recently lost territorial contests are more aggressive towards surface disturbances. Jalila absorbed this information with careful attention, occasionally asking brief, practical questions that demonstrated her engagement without excessive talk. By midday, as they paused in the shadow of a large dune to take moisture and a small amount of food, Akil found himself moderately impressed with her aptitude. "You move well," he acknowledged, offering rare praise. "Your footsteps create minimal vibration." "My mother taught me sand walking before I could speak," Jalila replied. "She said I danced across dunes as a child, when others my age still stumbled." Akil nodded. Her mother, his cousin's wife, had been known for exceptional grace before her death during a spice harvesting accident 3 years earlier. It was good to see that legacy continued in her daughter. As they resumed their patrol, a faint, regular vibration reached them through the sand. distinct from the natural movements of worms, yet too rhythmic to be caused by wind or shifting dunes. Akil froze in place, raising a hand to halt Jalila as well. "Thumper," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Northwest, approximately 7 kilometers." Jalila tensed beside him. "Harvesters." "No," Akil shook his head slightly. "Wrong rhythm for harvest operations. This is..." He paused, concentrating on the subtle pattern transmitted through the sand. "This is calling rhythm. Someone is deliberately summoning a maker." Without further explanation, he changed their course, moving toward the source of the vibration with increased urgency, though still maintaining the careful walking pattern that minimized their own presence. Jalila followed, matching his pace and technique without question. As they crested a tall dune 20 minutes later, the source of the disturbance came into view. In a shallow basin between dune formations, 3 figures stood beside a mechanical device embedded in the sand, a thumper of imperial manufacture, clearly visible even at this distance. The figures wore the dust-red stillsuits of Fremen, but their movements lacked the deep desert efficiency that marked those from established sieges. "Rogue Fremen," Akil murmured. "From the northern fringes. They hunt makers for teeth and skin, selling to off-world collectors." Dalila's expression darkened with disgust. While Fremen occasionally harvested materials from makers that died naturally, deliberate hunting of Shai Hulud for profit was considered sacrilege among traditional desert dwellers. "What will they do?" she asked quietly. "D Maker have set the thumper to attract a maker. When it arrives, they will use those," he pointed to heavy projectile weapons laid out on the sand beside the hunters, "to wound it enough to harvest what they want before escaping." "We should stop them," Jalila stated, her hand moving instinctively to the crysknife at her waist. The sacred weapon carried by all adult Fremen. Akil placed a restraining hand on her arm. "Violence is rarely the caretaker's tool," he cautioned. "Observe first. There is another way to prevent this sacrilege." From his equipment pouch, he removed a small device similar to the thumper detector he had used earlier, but with additional controls. After making several adjustments, he activated it, placing it carefully against the sand. Immediately, it began emitting a subtle vibration pattern, almost imperceptible to human senses, but traveling efficiently through the sand in all directions. "Counter-rhythm," he explained to Jalila's questioning look. "It disrupts the thumper's call, confuses the makers. None will approach while this pattern continues. So the hunters will fail," she realized. "But won't they detect the interference?" "Not immediately," Akil replied. "They will believe it is an equipment malfunction, or that they have chosen poor ground for their hunt. By the time they might suspect outside interference, their patience will be exhausted." True to his prediction, they watched from their concealed position as the hunters' initial excitement gave way to confusion, then frustration, as no worm appeared despite the thumper's continuous operation. After nearly an hour, the 3 gathered in what appeared to be a heated discussion before finally shutting down their equipment and departing, heading northward with clear disappointment in their bearing. Only when they had disappeared beyond the horizon did Akil deactivate his counter-rhythm device and rise from their observation position. "You could have confronted them directly," Jalila noted as they descended from the dune. "Called judgment upon them for their sacrilege." "And what would that have accomplished?" Akil countered. "Violence against violence, disruption against disruption. The balance would remain broken." He gestured toward the now silent basin where the hunters had stood. "This way, Shai Hulud remains undisturbed. The hunters leave disappointed but unharmed, They may try again elsewhere, but word will spread among them that this territory yields no successful hunts. In time, they will turn to other pursuits. The patient approach, Jalila observed. The balanced approach, Akil corrected. The desert teaches us that direct confrontation is sometimes necessary, but rarely ideal. Water wears away rock not through force, but through persistence. The caretaker's work is similar, gradual, subtle, continuous. They continued their patrol through the afternoon, encountering no further disruptions, but observing several maker movements that Akil interpreted as normal territorial behavior. As the suns began their descent toward evening, they turned toward a different rock formation than the previous night's camp, this one containing a small cave that served as one of several shelters the caretaker maintained throughout his territory. The cave, when they reached it, proved to be a masterpiece of minimalist efficiency. Barely 2 meters high and 3 meters deep, its entrance was partially concealed by natural rock formations. Inside, basic supplies were stored in sealed containers: emergency water, preserved food, medical necessities, and spare equipment parts. A small ventilation shaft had been carefully engineered to prevent sand infiltration while allowing air circulation. All caretakers maintain such shelters, Akio explained as they settled into the small space. The territory is too vast to return to the siege each night, and some patrol routes require multiple days to complete. It's more comfortable than I expected, Jalila admitted, examining the careful organization of the shelter. Comfort is not the goal, but neither is unnecessary suffering, Akil replied. The caretaker must remain effective. Extremes of deprivation serve no purpose when alternatives exist. As darkness fell, they prepared a small meal from their supplies, supplemented by items from the shelter's stores. The routine was conducted with minimal conversation, each focused on their tasks with the efficiency born of desert discipline. Only after they had eaten and secured the shelter entrance against the night cold did Akil indicate that the day's formal observation was complete. You have watched for 1 day, he stated. 2 remain if you choose to continue, or you may return to the siege tomorrow with my report that you have completed sufficient observation to make your decision. Jalila considered this option seriously, understanding that it represented both an opportunity to conclude the process early and a subtle test of her commitment. I would see the full 3 days, she decided finally. There is much I have not yet witnessed or understood. Akil nodded, neither approving nor disapproving her choice, but accepting it as made. Tomorrow, we travel to the Spice Basin in the southeast. A small maker has claimed that territory recently. The siege harvesting teams must be warned to avoid it for at least 1 cycle. Is that part of the caretaker's duty as well? To advise the harvesting operations? All things connected to Shai-Hulud fall within our concern, Akil confirmed. The spice cycle and the maker cycle are one and the same. What affects one affects the other. Jalila absorbed this information thoughtfully. The scope of the caretaker's knowledge is broader than I realized. It encompasses the full relationship between human and desert, Akil agreed. From the smallest sand plankton to the greatest worm, from the water discipline of individuals to the ecological projects of the entire planet. The caretaker observes it all, seeking the patterns that maintain balance. They talked a while longer as the night deepened, not with the continuous conversation of siege social life, but in measured exchanges separated by comfortable silences. Akil shared selected observations from his decades of experience, while Jalila asked occasional questions that revealed both her intelligence and her genuine interest in the vocation she was considering. When they finally settled to sleep, Akil found himself cautiously optimistic about the girl's potential. She possessed the right combination of patience and perception, respect and curiosity. Whether she would ultimately choose the caretaker's path remained to be seen, but she certainly showed aptitude for it. The following day began before dawn, with both of them rising and preparing for departure without need for discussion or instruction. They left the shelter, secured and provisioned for future use, and set out across the dark desert, navigating by starlight and the setting third moon. Their path took them southeastward, moving through territory where the dunes gradually gave way to flatter, harder packed sand, the characteristic terrain of major spice deposits. As the twin suns rose fully above the horizon, the landscape revealed its subtle coloration, patches of sand with a faint bluish tinge that indicated the presence of melange beneath the surface. Pre-spice mass, Akil explained, pointing to one particularly distinct area. Not yet mature, but developing. Perhaps another 20 to 30 days before it becomes harvestable spice. Jalila studied the formation with interest. Can you determine which maker created it? Sometimes, if the pattern is distinctive. Akil knelt, examining the subtle signs in the sand surrounding the pre-spice area. This one, yes. This bears the signature of the maker I call Pale Whisper, smaller than average, approximately 20 meters in length, but very active in spice production. He has claimed this territory within the past year, after the previous dominant maker migrated northward. They continued their survey of the spice basin, with Akil making careful notes of specific locations and conditions that would be shared with the Sietch's harvesting coordinator. The information would allow the teams to maximize efficiency while minimizing risk, knowing which areas were safe to harvest, which were still developing, and which were currently claimed by active makers. As they worked, Akil explained the complex relationship between the spice cycle and worm behavior, how the creatures were both creators and protectors of melange, how their movements affected spice distribution, and how understanding their territorial patterns was essential for sustainable harvesting. The off-worlders see only the spice, he observed as they paused atop a low ridge overlooking the basin. They harvest without comprehension, take without respect. But for us, the spice is merely one element in Arrakis' greater cycle. The makers create it, the desert preserves it. We harvest it with awareness of what came before and what must follow. Jalila nodded, her eyes tracking across the landscape with growing comprehension. It's all connected, she said quietly. The worms, the spice, the sand, the people. Each affecting all others. Yes, Akil affirmed simply. That is what the caretaker must understand above all else. Not just the behavior of makers or the patterns of spice, but the entire web of relationships that sustains life on Arrakis. Their conversation was interrupted by a subtle vibration through the sand, different from the rhythmic pattern of a thumper or the hunting movements of a worm. This was a light, fast disturbance, approaching from the west at considerable speed. Fremen runners, Akil identified, turning toward the source of the vibration. 2, perhaps 3, moving with urgency. Within minutes, the runners appeared on the horizon. 3 Fremen moving with the distinctive efficiency that allowed them to cover vast distances across the desert. As they drew closer, Akil recognized the lead figure as Tamir, one of the Sietch's messenger corps. The runners adjusted their course directly toward Akil and Jalila, having spotted them on the ridge. When they arrived, they paused only long enough to exchange the briefest water greeting before Tamir delivered his message. Caretaker, the Naib sends word. An Imperial research vessel landed near the southern boundary of your territory at dawn. They bring equipment of unknown purpose and have established a camp, despite warnings from our observers. The Naib requests your assessment of the threat to the makers in that region. Akil considered this news with the measured caution that characterized all his judgments. Did they state their purpose? They claim to be conducting a geological survey, Tamaray replied. But their equipment appears designed for deep vibration testing, not standard survey work. This was concerning. Deep vibration testing would certainly disturb the makers, potentially driving them from established territories or provoking unusual aggression. The southern region contained several major worm territories, including the domain of Silent Thunder. I will go, Akil decided. Turning to Jalila, he added, this may present danger. You may return with the messengers to the siege, and we will count your observation period complete. The young woman straightened, her posture reflecting resolve rather than uncertainty. If I am to learn the caretaker's path, I should see how such situations are handled. I will continue with you, if permitted. Akil studied her for a moment, before nodding once in acceptance. To Tamir he said, return to the Naib. Tell him I will assess the Imperial presence and take appropriate action to protect the Makers. I will report directly when the situation is resolved. The messengers departed as quickly as they had arrived, leaving Akil and Jalila to change course toward the southern territory. They moved at a faster pace now, though still maintaining the careful walking technique that minimized their presence in the desert. What will you do when we reach these Imperials? Jalila asked as they traversed a long sloping dune. First, observe, Akil replied. Understand their true purpose, the nature of their equipment, and its potential impact on the Makers. Then decide whether intervention is necessary and what form it should take. And if they refuse to cooperate, if they are hostile? Akil's expression remained impassive, but his voice carried a hint of steel rarely heard in his usual measured tones. The caretaker seeks balance and avoids unnecessary conflict. But Shai Hulud must be protected, even if that protection requires direct action. They continued southward through the heat of the day, pausing only briefly for water and rest. By mid-afternoon, they had reached the vicinity of the Imperial landing site. With practiced caution, Akil led them to a vantage point among rocky outcroppings that offered a clear view of the activity below, while keeping them concealed from casual observation. The Imperial presence was substantial. A medium-sized research vessel surrounded by a hastily established camp containing various equipment and approximately 15 personnel. Most concerning was a series of large devices being arranged in a circular pattern extending outward from the camp. Even from this distance, Akil recognized them as deep resonance probes, technology designed to send powerful vibrations far beneath the surface, ostensibly for geological analysis, but potentially devastating to the Maker's sensitive vibration detection systems. They prepare for a major survey, he observed quietly. If those probes are activated at full strength, every Maker within 50 kilometers will be affected. Some might flee their territories. Others might attack the source directly. Why would they risk such disruption? Jalila wondered. Because they do not understand what they risk, Akil replied. Or because what they seek is worth the risk to them. The Empire values spice above all else on Arrakis. If they believe these tests might reveal new deposits, he left the thought unfinished, his attention drawn to a small group of figures emerging from the main research vessel. Unlike the technicians arranging the equipment, these individuals wore the distinctive uniforms of Imperial security forces. Armed guards escorting what appeared to be the expedition's leader. The situation is more complex than it first appeared, Akil noted. This carries official sanction with military support. Direct confrontation would be unwise. For several hours they observed the Imperial camp, noting the pattern of activities and the apparent purpose of various equipment components. As the suns began to descend toward the horizon, preparations clearly indicated that the main testing sequence would begin the following morning. "We have until dawn," Akil concluded, moving back from their observation position. "Come, we must prepare." They retreated to a secure location several kilometers from the Imperial camp, where Akil removed specialized equipment from his pack, communication devices and monitoring tools not typically carried during routine patrols. "First, we must understand exactly what we face," he explained to Jalila as he assembled a small receiver. "This will allow us to monitor their communications, perhaps learn more about their true purpose." For the next hour, they listened to transmissions from the Imperial camp, mostly technical exchanges between research team members, but occasionally more revealing conversations between the leadership. What emerged confirmed Akil's suspicions. The team was conducting deep scanning operations, seeking previously undetected spice deposits, using new technology that had never been field tested on Arrakis. "They do not understand the consequences," Akil concluded, shutting down the receiver. "Their vibration patterns will mimic the calling signals of multiple makers simultaneously, a situation that never occurs naturally. It will create confusion and aggression throughout the entire maker population in this region." "What can we do?" Jalila asked. "They have Imperial authority and armed guards. We are only two." Akil began retrieving additional equipment from hidden caches concealed among the rocks, devices whose purpose was not immediately obvious to Jalila. "The caretaker rarely works alone," he explained as he assembled the components. "Over generations, we have developed methods to influence maker behavior when necessary, to guide them away from danger or to prevent conflicts that would disrupt the desert's balance." By nightfall, Akil had prepared a set of small, unobtrusive devices that he explained were modified thumpers, capable of producing complex vibration patterns that could influence worm movement in subtle ways. "Tonight, while the Imperials rest, we will place these at strategic points around their camp," he instructed. "When activated, they will create a counter rhythm that makes this entire area appear silent to the makers. The deep scanning vibrations will be masked, preventing the disruption they would otherwise cause."
"Won't the Imperials detect these devices?" Jalila asked.
"They are designed to be virtually undetectable by standard Imperial scanning technology," Akil replied, "and they emit frequencies that human senses cannot perceive directly. Only one with decades of experience feeling the desert's rhythms would notice their effect." Under the cover of darkness, they moved silently around the periphery of the Imperial camp, placing the specialized devices according to Akil's careful calculations. Each was partially buried in the sand, camouflaged to blend perfectly with the surrounding terrain. Despite the presence of security patrols, they completed their work without detection, their Fremen abilities to move unseen serving them well. As they placed the final device and retreated to a safe observation position, Jalila couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. "These technologies, they aren't mentioned in the teachings about caretakers that are shared with the Siege. How many secrets do you keep?" Akil considered her question thoughtfully before answering. "The caretaker's full knowledge is passed directly from mentor to apprentice, never recorded or widely shared. Some methods must remain hidden to be effective, others would be dangerous if misused, and some," he paused, glancing toward the Imperial camp, "some would be coveted by outsiders, seeking to control the makers rather than protect them. So even among Fremen, the caretaker stands apart," Jalila observed. "Not apart," Akil corrected, "but holding a different responsibility. The waterkeeper guards liquid water. The Sayadina guards spiritual water. The caretaker guards the balance between human need and Shai Hulud's domain. Each role serves the siege in its own way. They spent the night monitoring both the Imperial camp and the subtle vibrations of the desert around them. In the hours before dawn, Akil detected the approaching movements of several makers, drawn by the normal activities of the camp, but not yet agitated or aggressive. When the moment was right, he activated the network of devices they had placed. The effect was immediate but subtle. The approaching worm signs gradually changed course, moving around the area rather than toward it, not driven away through fear or aggression, but gently guided to perceive the space as empty of interest or significance. When morning came and the Imperial team began powering up their deep scanning equipment, Akil and Jalila watched from their concealed position. The powerful vibrations began to pulse into the deep desert soil, but the counter-rhythm of the caretaker's devices worked as intended, creating a perceptual bubble around the area that the makers simply bypassed in their movements. For 3 days they maintained their vigil, occasionally adjusting the devices to account for changing conditions or moving worms. The Imperial researchers, meanwhile, grew increasingly frustrated with their lack of results. The scans showed promising geological formations, but revealed no maker activity, a crucial indicator of potential spice deposits. On the 4th morning, the expedition leader could be seen gesturing angrily at subordinates, examining equipment for malfunctions, and eventually ordering everything dismantled and repacked. By midday, the Imperial vessel had departed, leaving behind only the faint impressions in the sand where their camp had stood. Only when the ship had disappeared completely from sight did Ekiel move to retrieve the specialized devices, carefully collecting each one and returning it to his pack. "They will report equipment failure," he noted with quiet satisfaction, "or conclude that this region is barren of significant deposits. Either way, they are unlikely to return soon with the same approach." "And the makers never realized what was happening," Jalila observed. "Neither threatened nor disturbed." "That is the essence of the caretaker's work," Akil confirmed. "The best intervention is the one that leaves no trace, that maintains the natural order so subtly that neither human nor maker perceives the hand that preserved the balance." As they began their journey back toward the siege, the 3rd day of Jalila's observation period nearing its conclusion, Akil sensed a change in the young woman's demeanor, a deepening thoughtfulness that suggested important decisions being weighed. When they paused at midday in the shadow of a large dune, Jalila finally spoke of what was on her mind. "I have witnessed 3 aspects of the caretaker's work now," she said carefully. "The daily observation of Maker territories, the protection of Shai Hulud from those who would harm them, and the shielding of human activities from the Maker's awareness when necessary. Each requires different skills, different knowledge." "Yes," Akil acknowledged, "and there are many more aspects you have not yet seen. The role encompasses all interactions between the human and Maker worlds." "It is a larger calling than I imagined," she admitted. "More complex, more essential." Akil studied her face, reading the subtle signals that his years of observation had taught him to recognize in human expressions just as clearly as in sand patterns. "You are reconsidering your path," he stated, rather than asked. Jalila nodded slowly. "Not abandoning it," she clarified, "but understanding now that it requires more preparation than I had anticipated. More maturity of judgment." "This is wisdom, not weakness," Aquil assured her. "Many who seek the caretaker's path do so without comprehending its true scope. Better to recognize the preparation needed than to enter the commitment unprepared." "I would still learn," Jalila said firmly. but perhaps not yet commit to the full vocation. Is there a way to begin the training while maintaining other duties to the siege? Akil allowed a slight smile to soften his weathered features. Indeed there is. The caretaker's knowledge is built in layers over many years. The first layers, reading the sand, understanding basic worm behavior, recognizing territorial patterns. These can be learned while still serving the siege in other capacities. Relief and determination showed equally in Jalila's expression. Then that is what I wish to do. Learn what I can now, while I grow into the judgment needed for the deeper responsibilities. A balanced approach, Akil approved. When we return to the siege, I will speak with the Naib about establishing a formal apprenticeship schedule, time divided between your current duties and specialized training with me during my occasional returns from patrol. They continued their journey through the afternoon, their conversation turning to more practical matters, the specific observations Jalila had made during their time together, the questions that had arisen, the initial skills she would need to develop. Akil found himself quietly pleased with the outcome. The girl showed both the aptitude for the work and the wisdom to recognize its challenges, a promising combination that suggested she might indeed someday take up the full mantle of caretaker. As the suns began their descent toward evening, they topped a high dune that offered a sweeping view of the territory they had traversed over the past 3 days. In the far distance, the shimmer of heat waves created illusory patterns above the sand, distortions that seemed to give movement and life to the empty landscape. Except the movement was not illusory. A massive disturbance was traveling across the open desert, too deliberate to be wind-driven and too large to be human. Even at this distance, there was no mistaking the distinctive sign of a great maker moving steadily across its domain. Silent thunder, Akil identified, a note of satisfaction in his voice, returning to his central territory now that the disruption has passed. Juliva watched the distant movement with newfound understanding. 3 days ago she would have seen only danger in such a sight, the awesome and terrifying power of Shai Hulud manifest in the physical world. Now she recognized something more, a vital component of Arrakis's complex ecology, moving in patterns established over centuries, maintaining balance through its very existence. "He's beautiful," she said quietly. Akil nodded, pleased with her perception. "Yes, dangerous and deadly to the careless or ignorant, but beautiful to those who understand his place in the greater pattern." He paused, then added, "That understanding is the caretaker's first and most important lesson. Not fear, not control, but comprehension and respect." They stood together on the dune crest, mentor and potential apprentice, watching as the great maker continued its journey across the endless desert. Around them, the sands of Arrakis stretched to the horizon in all directions, harsh, unforgiving, and yet filled with life and meaning for those who had learned to read its subtle language. In this moment of shared observation, something shifted subtly between them, the beginning of the bond that connected all caretakers across generations. A lineage of knowledge and responsibility passed from hand to hand since the earliest days of Fremen presence on this difficult world. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the dunes and painting the landscape in deepening shades of amber and gold. Soon they would need to make camp for the night before completing their journey to the siege tomorrow. But for now they remained still, watching the Maker's progress with the patient attention that characterized the caretaker's way. In the distance, silent thunder submerged beneath the sand, disappearing from view but leaving behind the subtle signature that Akil had taught Jalila to recognize, the patterns that told of passage, purpose, and presence. Though no longer visible, the great worm's journey continued beneath the surface, a constant reminder of the forces that shaped life on Arrakis. The desert is never truly empty, Akial observed softly. Even when our eyes see nothing, movements continue beneath the surface. Changes occur, life persists. He turned to Jalila, his blue within blue eyes reflecting the deepening twilight. Remember this when you begin your formal training. The caretaker watches not just what is visible, but what lies beneath. Not just what moves now, but what has moved before and will move again. Jalila nodded, absorbing this wisdom as she had absorbed so much over these 3 days of observation. Together, they descended from the dune to prepare their evening camp, moving with the measured pace and careful steps that minimized their impact on the desert, not merely as a technique for survival, but as an expression of respect for the world they traversed and the great creatures with whom they shared it. The night settled around them, stars emerging in the vast sky overhead, while the cooling sands released the day's accumulated heat. In the perfect silence of the deep desert, they could almost imagine they heard the distant passage of makers beneath the surface, Shehulud moving through eternal patterns, oblivious to the brief human lives that observed and protected them, yet connected to those lives through the complex web of relationships that sustained all existence on this harsh but magnificent world. And in that imagined sound, in the whispered passage of great worms through ancient sands, lay the essence of the caretaker's calling, to maintain balance between worlds that might never fully understand each other, yet must continue to coexist if either was to survive. It was a calling that required patience, wisdom, and the ability to stand alone while serving many. A solitary path, yet one connected deeply to both human community and desert ecology. As Jalila prepared for sleep, Akil remained awake a while longer, his senses attuned to the subtle movements of the desert around them. His territory was secure for now, the makers undisturbed, the balance maintained through another cycle of challenge and response. Tomorrow would bring new observations, new adjustments, new efforts to preserve the delicate equilibrium between human necessity and Shehulud's domain. Such was the caretaker's endless task, not a burden to be endured, but a privilege to be honored. For in this work, this careful tending of the relationship between species and environment, lay the future of all life on Arrakis. And for Akil ibn Mahmud al-Fali, 37 years a worm herder for the Fremen of Sich Jacarutu, there could be no greater purpose, no more profound responsibility, no deeper satisfaction than this. To walk the sands as guardian and witness, protector and observer, maintaining the ancient covenant between those who borrowed the desert's surface and those who ruled its depths. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, marking the passage of night across the endless dunes. And somewhere beneath those dunes, the great makers continued their eternal journeys, secure in territories tended by those few humans who had dedicated their lives to understanding and preserving the ways of Shehulud. The caretakers of the worms, the keepers of balance, the solitary shepherds of Arrakis's most magnificent and terrifying children. The first light of dawn crept across the desert, gradually illuminating a small outpost on the outskirts of Arrakis. The harvesting station, little more than a collection of weathered structures built to withstand the planet's harsh elements, was already stirring with activity despite the early hour. Workers moved with practiced efficiency, their still suits properly fitted, their movements conserving both energy and precious body moisture as they prepared for the day ahead. In the equipment bay, Zaid al-Harani made final adjustments to his harvester crawler's atmospheric filters. At 43, with 26 years of experience on the sands of Arrakis, Zaid was the veteran spotter for Harvesting Crew 7. His face, weathered by decades of exposure to spice-laden winds, bore the distinctive blue-within-blue eyes that marked long-term residents of the desert planet. "Filters at 97% efficiency," he murmured, more to himself than to his companion, "should hold for today's run." Beside him, Alia Rimal nodded as she checked her own diagnostic readouts. At 22, she was the youngest member of the crew and the team's mechanical specialist, a position she had earned through both natural aptitude and rigorous training. Her small hands moved deftly across the crawler's control systems, confirming optimal settings with practiced precision. "Primary drive calibrated, secondary systems green," she confirmed. "But I'm still getting oscillation in the third extractor arm. It's within tolerance, but I'd prefer to stabilize it before we hit heavy deposits." Zaid glanced over at her readouts, then nodded approvingly. "Good catch. We can compensate with the hydraulic balancers until midday break, then adjust the calibration cylinders if needed." He appreciated Alia's meticulous attention to detail, a quality that had saved them from potentially costly equipment failures more than once over the past year. Outside the bay, the remaining members of Crew 7 were completing their own preparations. Javid and May, the two field monitors, checked their thumper detection equipment and emergency beacons. Farther along, Darius, the crew's senior harvester operator and Zaid's longtime friend, supervised the loading of water rations and emergency supplies onto their assigned vehicles. As team leader, Zaid would pilot the spotter ornithopter, maintaining aerial surveillance of their designated harvesting zone and watching for the telltale signs of approaching worms. Alia would remain with the primary crawler as tech specialist, while Javid, May, and Darius would operate the harvesting equipment directly on the sands. It was a small crew by Imperial standards, but typical for operations run by Arrakis natives. Off-world companies typically deployed teams 3 times this size, with specialized roles and redundant personnel. Native teams like Crew 7 worked with greater efficiency and fewer people, a necessity born from the planet's limited human resources and the Fremen cultural emphasis on individual capability. "Weather report confirms clear conditions through late afternoon," announced Darius as he joined Zaid and Alia in the equipment bay. "We have authorization for Zone 16 today. Southwest sector, approximately 80 kilometers out." Zaid nodded thoughtfully. "Good yield projections there. The geological survey indicated several potential spice pockets near the surface, and there hasn't been harvesting activity in that area for nearly 2 months." "Worm activity?" Alia asked, the practical question reflecting her generation's approach to the dangers of their profession. "Moderate," Zaid replied. 2 confirmed sightings in the past week, both medium-sized makers on predictable patterns. Nothing too aggressive, but will maintain standard vigilance protocols. The team completed their preparations in comfortable silence, each member focused on their tasks with the quiet efficiency that characterized experienced harvesting crews. Unlike off-world teams with their constant chatter and rigid command structures, Crew 7 operated almost intuitively, years of working together having created a wordless understanding among them. As the twin suns of Arrakis cleared the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert landscape, the team gathered for a final briefing outside their vehicles. The ritual was brief but important, a moment to synchronize their plans and acknowledge the risks they faced together. "Standard rotation today," Zaid confirmed. 4 hours on primary deposit, relocate at midday for secondary site assessment, then determine whether to establish a new collection point or return to primary based on yield comparisons. Darius added, "Carry-all support is on 20-minute response protocol. Beacon signals confirmed, functional on all units." The mention of the carry-all, the aircraft that would swoop in to lift their equipment to safety if a worm approached, required no elaboration. Everyone understood that their lives depended on the response time of these rescue vehicles and the accuracy of their worm detection systems. Water discipline as usual, Zaid continued. We're authorized for standard rations plus 10% due to projected ambient temperature exceeding 49 degrees by midday. This small allowance for additional water consumption was noted with appreciation but no particular excitement. On Arrakis, water was too precious for casual indulgence, even when extra rations were officially permitted. Any questions? Zaid asked, looking at each team member in turn. There were none. They had performed this operation hundreds of times before, and while each day brought its own challenges, the fundamental procedures remained consistent. With a brief nod of acknowledgement, the team dispersed to their assigned vehicles, ready to begin the journey to their harvesting zone. Zaid climbed into the compact spotter ornithopter, performing his final pre-flight checks with methodical precision. Through the side viewport, he could see Alia and Darius boarding the primary crawler, while Javed and May took their positions in the smaller, more maneuverable secondary unit. When all craft signaled ready status, Zaid initiated the departure sequence. The ornithopter rose smoothly into the morning air, its adjustable wings capturing the thermal currents that already began to rise from the warming sands. Below, the two crawler units moved out from the station in tight formation, their treads designed to distribute weight in ways that minimized vibrations that might attract worms. As they left the outpost behind and entered the open desert, Zaid felt the familiar sense of both vulnerability and freedom that came with each new harvesting expedition. Out here, beyond the protection of shield walls and permanent settlements, they were exposed to the full power of Arrakis's harsh environment. Yet there was also a purity to this existence, a direct engagement with the planet's rhythms that city dwellers rarely experienced. Through his communication system, he heard Darius initiate the traditional harvester's invocation, not an official part of their procedures, but a custom maintained by many native crews. "Bless the Maker and his water," Darius recited, his voice low but clear over the channel. "Bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world." The worms acknowledged their complex relationship with the sandworms of Arrakis, creatures they simultaneously feared, respected, and depended upon, for it was the worms that created the precious spice they harvested. The ritual reminder of this connection helped center the crew's awareness as they ventured into the deep desert. From his elevated position, Zaid could see the landscape unfold beneath him in rippling patterns of sand and rock. His trained eye automatically assessed terrain features, noting potential hazards and optimal paths for the ground vehicles. Occasionally, he adjusted their course with brief, precise instructions to the crawler operators, guiding them through the safest and most efficient route to their destination. The journey to Zone 16 took just under 2 hours, the convoy maintaining a steady pace that balanced speed against the risk of creating attention-attracting vibrations. As they approached the designated coordinates, Zaid's instruments began to detect the telltale traces of melange in the atmosphere, microscopic spice particles that indicated proximity to a harvestable deposit. "Initial readings confirm survey projections," he reported to the team. "Concentration increasing as we approach. Prepare for preliminary surface assessment." Below, the crawlers slowed and then stopped in the formation they had practiced countless times before. The primary unit positioned for optimal extraction access, the secondary unit stationed at a calculated distance to provide supplementary collection and emergency support if needed. Zaid brought the ornithopter into a wider circling pattern, gaining altitude to improve his visual range across the surrounding desert. From this height, he could monitor approximately 20 kilometers in all directions, watching for the subtle signs that might indicate worm activity beneath the surface. On the ground, Alia, Darius, and the others began their preliminary work. First came the surface testing, careful extractions of sand samples from various points around the site, analyzed by portable equipment to determine spice density and depth. This initial assessment would guide their decision on where precisely to deploy the main harvesting mechanism. Through his observation window, Zaid watched as the team moved with practiced efficiency, each person performing their assigned tasks without wasted motion or unnecessary communication. Unlike the chaotic activity often seen with off-world crews, there was an almost choreographed quality to their movements, a harmony born of experience and mutual trust. "Primary sample analysis complete," came Alia's voice over the communication channel. "Spice concentration at 27 parts per thousand at surface level, increasing to approximately 43 parts at 3 meters depth. Optimal extraction point identified at coordinates Mark 7. Confirmed," Darius responded, deploying primary extractor arrays, secondary crawler to monitoring position Beta. The larger crawler began extending its complex harvesting apparatus, a series of articulated arms equipped with specialized collection devices designed to separate spice from the surrounding sand with maximum efficiency. The process was both mechanical and chemical, using subtle vibrations and binding agents to draw the precious melange toward the collection receptacles. From his aerial vantage point, Zaid continued his vigilant watch of the surrounding desert, dividing his attention between regular scan patterns and periodic checks on the team's progress below. The first hour of harvesting proceeded smoothly, with no signs of worm activity and steadily increasing spice yields from the extraction equipment. First phase collection exceeding projections by 12%, reported Darius after the initial extraction cycle completed. Quality assessment shows minimal contaminants, purity level at market premium standard. This was welcome news. Their compensation was partially based on both quantity and quality metrics, with premium-grade spice commanding significantly higher values. If this yield continued throughout the day, they would exceed their target quotas substantially. As the second extraction cycle began, Zaid noted a minor atmospheric disturbance developing to the northwest, nothing threatening, but worth monitoring as the day progressed. He adjusted the ornithopter's position slightly to maintain optimal observation conditions, compensating for the changing wind patterns. Below, the harvesting operation continued with methodical precision. The primary crawler's extraction arms moved in carefully programmed sequences, penetrating the sand to progressively greater depths as the surface-level spice was collected. The secondary crawler maintained position at the perimeter, its sensors continuously analyzing the surrounding area for vibration patterns and spice concentration changes. 3 hours into the operation, as the twin suns reached their zenith and the desert heat intensified to nearly unbearable levels, Alia's voice came over the communication channel with the first note of concern they had encountered that day. Primary extraction arm 3 showing pressure fluctuation, hydraulic system readings inconsistent with operational parameters. Zaid immediately recognized the potential significance of this issue, the same arm that had shown oscillation during morning checks. Equipment malfunctions were not merely inconvenient in the open desert, they could become life-threatening if they produced the wrong kind of vibrations or delayed a necessary evacuation. "A severity assessment?" he inquired, his tone remaining calm despite the underlying concern. "Moderate," Alia replied after a moment of analysis. "Functioning at approximately 70% efficiency, but the vibration pattern is irregular. Recommend temporary shutdown of Arm 3 to prevent potential harmonic amplification." "Agreed," Darius confirmed from his position at the main controls. "Shutting down extraction Arm 3, reconfiguring remaining systems to compensate." The decision would reduce their collection rate, but was unquestionably the correct choice. Harmonic amplification, when mechanical vibrations aligned in ways that created stronger, rhythmic patterns, was one of the most dangerous phenomena in spice harvesting. Such patterns too closely resembled the artificial thumpers used to deliberately attract worms, potentially drawing unwanted attention from any maker in the vicinity. Zaid adjusted his observation pattern, widening his search radius and paying particular attention to the direction from which the prevailing wind approached. Worms typically moved more readily upwind when investigating disturbances, using the air currents to carry scent and vibration information more efficiently. Initiating midday rotation, he announced, following their established protocol despite the equipment issue. Javid and May, prepare for preliminary assessment of secondary site coordinates, while Alia addresses extraction arm maintenance. Darius will complete final collection cycle here before relocation. The team acknowledged their instructions and began the carefully sequenced process of shifting their operation. The secondary crawler, with Javid and May aboard, disengaged from its monitoring position and began moving toward the day's alternate harvesting location approximately 3 kilometers distant. Meanwhile, Alia prepared her diagnostic equipment for a more thorough examination of the malfunctioning extraction arm. Zaid maintained altitude but repositioned the ornithopter to divide his observation capability between the two locations, keeping both the primary site and the moving secondary crawler within his visual range. This split attention was challenging but necessary during transition phases. As the secondary crawler reached the alternate site and began its preliminary testing, Zaid noticed a subtle atmospheric change, a slight increase in suspended spice particles carried on the shifting breeze. This often indicated a pre-spice mass developing beneath the surface, potentially a more significant deposit than their current location offered. Javid, run a deep scan analysis at your position, he instructed. Atmosphere suggests possible pre-space mass within detection range. Initiating deep scan, came the prompt reply. While they awaited those results, Alia had begun her examination of the problematic extraction arm, carefully disassembling the access panels to inspect the hydraulic systems directly. Darius continued operating the remaining functional arms to complete their collection at the primary site. Preliminary findings on Extraction Arm 3, Alia reported after several minutes of investigation. Microfracture in secondary pressure housing causing fluid irregularities, field repairable with sealant compound and recalibration. This was relatively good news, a problem they could address without returning to base or calling for support equipment. Zaid acknowledged her assessment with a brief confirmation, then turned his attention to Javid's findings at the secondary site. Deep scan confirms pre-space mass, Javid announced, a note of controlled excitement in his voice. Approximately 12 meters depth, concentration readings exceeding primary site by factor of 2. Estimate emergence window within 3 to 5 days. A significant discovery, though not one they could immediately capitalize upon. Pre-spice masses, the biological precursors to harvestable melange, required precise conditions and timing to mature into the valuable substance they sought. This information would be recorded and likely result in their crew being assigned to return to this location when the mass reached optimal harvesting condition. Log coordinates with precision markers, Zaid instructed. Complete standard sampling protocol for composition analysis. As midday approached and the desert heat reached its most intense levels, the team paused for their scheduled break. The crawler's environmental systems provided some relief from the extreme temperatures, but water conservation remained paramount. Each member consumed their allocated ration with deliberate care, understanding that despite the heat, discipline must prevail. During this brief respite, they shared observations and assessments of the morning's work, while Alia continued her repairs on the extraction arm. The conversation was sparse but comfortable, reflecting the easy familiarity of people accustomed to working closely together under challenging conditions. Pre-spice mass readings suggest exceptional quality potential, noted May, reviewing the data from the secondary site. Nitrogen content higher than typical often indicates increased potency in the resulting melange. Could be a significant find, Darius agreed. If emergence timing aligns with projected weather patterns, harvesting conditions would be optimal. Zaid nodded thoughtfully. We'll submit comprehensive data with today's report, likely to receive priority assignment for follow-up assessment. As they discussed the implications of their discovery, Alia completed her repairs on the extraction arm, applying specialized sealant to the microfracture and recalibrating the hydraulic system. Pressure tests showed stability, she reported, closing the access panel and securing her tools. Recommend gradual reintegration into the collection sequence, starting at reduced capacity to confirm field repair efficacy. Agreed, Zaid confirmed. Will initiate testing during the afternoon cycle at the secondary site. With their break concluded and repairs completed, the team prepared to continue their operation. The primary crawler would now join the secondary unit at the new location, consolidating their efforts on the more promising site for the remainder of their shift. As they began to move, Zaid detected an anomalous reading on his monitoring equipment. A faint but distinctive vibration pattern approximately 18 kilometers to the southeast, moving on a trajectory that didn't directly threaten their position but warranted attention. Possible worm sign detected, he reported calmly. Classification, minimal concern, monitoring status. Continue operations with standard awareness protocols. This information was acknowledged without alarm. Such distant detections were common and rarely developed into immediate threats. Nevertheless, everyone's awareness subtly heightened, their senses more attuned to their surroundings as they continued their work. The crawlers completed their repositioning at the secondary site, establishing the optimal formation for the afternoon's harvesting activities. With all extraction systems reconfigured, including the repaired arm now operating at 60% capacity for testing purposes, they resumed their collection of the precious spice. From his aerial vantage point, Zaid continued to track the distant worm sign, noting that its movement remained consistent and showed no indication of altering course toward their location. After 30 minutes of monitoring, he classified it as a standard territorial movement, likely unrelated to their activities. The afternoon's harvest proceeded efficiently, with the improved spice concentration at the secondary site resulting in collection rates that exceeded their morning performance, despite the partially reduced capacity of their equipment. Alia's field repair proved effective, with the extraction arm gradually returned to full operational status after successive testing phases confirmed the stability of the hydraulic system. As the twin suns began their descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the undulating dunes, Zaid performed his final wide-range scan of the surrounding desert. The previously detected worm sign had disappeared, the creature presumably having returned to deeper levels beneath the surface. Final collection cycle initiating, Darius announced as the day's operation neared its conclusion. Projected yield for the day stands at 122% of standard quota, quality metrics holding at premium grade. This represented an excellent outcome, the kind of productive day that contributed significantly to their reputation as one of the most efficient native harvesting crews operating in the Arrakis sector. Their discovery of the promising pre-spice mass would further enhance their standing with the guild representatives who allocated harvesting zones. As the final extraction sequence completed and the collection containers were sealed for transport, The team began the methodical process of securing their equipment for the return journey. Each component was carefully retracted, cleaned of abrasive sand, and locked into travel position according to established protocols. "All systems secured," reported Aliyah after completing the final checks of the primary crawler. Maintenance diagnostics flagged for detailed review upon return to base, but no immediate concerns identified. "Secondary crawler secured and ready," confirmed Javid, his voice joined by May's acknowledgement. Zaid brought the ornithopter lower, making a final visual inspection of both vehicles before they began their return journey. Everything appeared in order, the day's operation concluding without any significant complications, despite the minor equipment issue they had encountered. "Initiating return sequence," he announced. "Standard formation, moderate pace. Estimated arrival at base approximately 1 hour after sunset." The convoy began moving across the desert sands, retracing their route from the morning, with minor adjustments based on daily dune shifts and Zaid's aerial observations of optimal terrain. The return journey often carried a different energy than the outbound one, a quiet satisfaction of work completed successfully, tempered by the continued vigilance necessary until they reached the safety of their base. As they traveled, the landscape was transformed by the changing light of late afternoon. The desert, harsh and unforgiving at midday, took on a softer quality as the suns lowered toward the horizon. The sand itself seemed to glow with an inner fire, while the sky gradually shifted through shades of gold and amber. In this light, the subtle beauty of Arrakis became more apparent, a severe minimalist splendor that revealed itself primarily to those who spent their lives engaging directly with the planet's challenging environment. It was a beauty that off-worlders rarely appreciated, too focused on the dangers and discomforts to recognize the austere magnificence surrounding them. Approximately halfway through their return journey, Alia's voice came over the communication channel, a note of interested observation rather than concern in her tone. "Small spice blow at coordinates Mark 3, approximately 2 kilometers west of our position. Recent occurrence, still active." Zaid adjusted the ornithopter's course slightly to obtain visual confirmation of this phenomenon. Spice blows, where escaping gases from pre-spice masses reached the surface, were common natural occurrences throughout the desert, but each one represented both potential opportunity and potential danger. From his elevated position, he could see the distinctive disturbance in the sand, a small area where the surface had been disrupted by gases emerging from below, carrying microscopic particles of precious melange into the atmosphere. The characteristic blue-tinted haze hovering above the location confirmed Alia's assessment. "Confirmed," he reported. "Minor event, but worth logging for follow-up assessment. Could indicate another developing pre-spice mass in that vicinity. Under different circumstances, they might have diverted to investigate more thoroughly, but with their vehicles fully loaded with the day's harvest and sunset approaching, such a detour would be imprudent." Instead, Darius marked the precise coordinates in their logging system, ensuring the information would be included in their daily report. The convoy continued its steady progress toward their base, the crawlers maintaining their efficient pace across the undulating terrain. As the first sun disappeared below the horizon, the temperature began to drop rapidly, the characteristic swing from extreme heat to significant cold that defined the desert's daily cycle. Inside the vehicles, environmental systems adjusted automatically to maintain comfortable conditions, but the crew was acutely aware of these external changes. The shifting thermal conditions affected not only their equipment, but also the behavior of the desert's inhabitants, including the great sandworms whose movements they constantly monitored. 30 kilometers to base perimeter, Zaid announced as the second sun touched the horizon. No significant obstacles or concerns identified on approach path. The final leg of their journey passed without incident, the darkening landscape becoming increasingly familiar as they neared the outpost that served as their operational base. When the lights of the settlement finally appeared against the deepening twilight, there was a subtle but perceptible relaxation among the crew. Not a reduction in professional attention, but an acknowledgement that the day's primary challenges had been successfully navigated. They reached the base shortly after full darkness had descended, the crawlers moving into their designated positions within the equipment bay while Zaid landed the ornithopter on its assigned pad. Standard end-of-shift procedures commenced immediately, securing equipment, transferring the collected spice to storage facilities, conducting preliminary maintenance assessments, and preparing required reports. In the processing area, May supervised the transfer of their harvested spice, carefully monitoring the measurement and quality assessment procedures. These official readings would determine their compensation and performance metrics, though the preliminary data already confirmed the exceptional yield they had achieved. 127% of standard quota, she reported when the process was complete. Quality assessment confirms premium grade with higher than average potency indicators. Guild representative has flagged our report for commendation. This was welcome news, though received with the characteristic restraint typical of Arrakis natives. Success in the desert was acknowledged but rarely celebrated extravagantly, an approach born from generations of experience with the planet's capacity to balance good fortune with unexpected challenges. In the maintenance bay, Alia worked alongside the base's senior technicians to conduct a more thorough assessment of the extraction arm that had malfunctioned during their operation. Her field repair had proven effective, but proper protocol demanded comprehensive evaluation before the equipment was cleared for future use. Microfracture origin identified, she noted as they disassembled the hydraulic housing. Stress pattern suggests gradual material fatigue rather than sudden failure. Recommend replacement of the entire pressure assembly as preventative measure. The senior technician nodded in agreement. Good field assessment today. Your repair prevented potential catastrophic failure while maintaining operational capability. Properly handled. This simple acknowledgement represented high praise in the context of Arrakis technical culture, where practical competence was valued far above effusive recognition. Alia accepted it with a brief nod, continuing her work with focused attention. Meanwhile, Zaid and Darius completed their operational reports, documenting the day's activities, findings, and recommendations for future harvesting assignments. Particular emphasis was placed on the promising pre-spice mass they had identified, with supporting data from their deep scan analysis and comparative soil samples. Assessment suggests optimal harvesting window beginning approximately 4 days from now, Zaid noted in his report. Recommend priority scheduling for maximum yield potential. With these formal responsibilities completed, the crew finally gathered in the outpost's small common area for their end-of-day meal. Here, in the relative privacy of their own company, they could relax slightly, reviewing the day's events in a more personal context than their official reports permitted. The arm's repair held better than I expected, Alia commented as they ate the simple but nourishing food provided by the base's kitchen staff. Field sealant usually shows degradation after continuous operation, but the molecular bonding remained stable throughout the afternoon cycle. Good improvisation, Darius acknowledged. Saved us from having to request equipment replacement or early return to base. That pre-space mass could be significant, Javid added, changing the subject to what many considered the day's most noteworthy discovery. Density readings were among the highest I've recorded this season. If the emergence follows projected patterns, yield could be exceptional. Zaid nodded thoughtfully. Guild representatives indicated will likely receive priority assignment for the follow-up assessment and initial harvesting when it matures. Good opportunity to exceed monthly quotas significantly. The conversation continued in this vein, practical, focused on their work, yet carrying the underlying current of people who shared a deep connection to both their profession and the planet that both challenged and sustained them. There was a particular quality to these interactions that differed markedly from what might be observed among off-world crews. A measured cadence to their exchange, a conservation of unnecessary words that mirrored their conservation of other resources. As the meal concluded and crew members prepared to retire to their quarters for their rest cycle, May paused briefly by the common room's small observation window. Beyond the protective barrier, the night desert of Arrakis stretched into darkness, the stars overhead shining with remarkable clarity in the dry atmosphere. New moon rising, she observed quietly, indicating the thin crescent of the planet's smallest satellite just becoming visible above the eastern horizon. The others joined her briefly, observing this simple celestial event with quiet appreciation. On a world where survival demanded constant vigilance and disciplined effort, such moments of natural beauty provided a different kind of sustenance. A reminder of the larger cycles within which their daily work existed. Tomorrow's assignment is Zone 22, Zaid mentioned after a moment of shared silence. Northern sector, previously surveyed but not harvested this season. Departure scheduled for standard time. With these few words, the next day's work was acknowledged, their current cycle complete, the pattern of their desert lives continuing in its established rhythm. They dispersed to their individual quarters, each carrying the satisfied fatigue of a productive day and the measured anticipation of challenges yet to come. In his small but functional room, Zaid completed his personal end-of-day routine with the same efficient precision that characterized his professional activities. As he prepared for sleep, his thoughts briefly reviewed the day's events, not with the detailed analysis of his formal report, but with the deeper consideration of someone intimately connected to both his work and the environment in which it occurred. The successful harvest, the equipment issue and its resolution, the promising discovery of the pre-spice mass, all these elements merged into a cohesive whole that represented another day of effective engagement with the harsh but rewarding world of Arrakis. There was satisfaction in this assessment, tempered by the knowledge that tomorrow would bring new challenges to navigate, new opportunities to recognize. As sleep approached, his consciousness gradually released the details of individual events, settling instead into the broader awareness that defined those who had truly adapted to life on this difficult planet. In the space between wakefulness and rest, he experienced a moment of connection with the desert beyond the outpost walls, a sense of being part of the great cycles of Arrakis rather than merely an operator upon its surface. The spice they harvested was created by the complex ecology of the planet itself, the interaction of microscopic organisms, the chemical processes occurring deep beneath the sand, the life cycle of the great worms that both threatened their work and made it possible. Their harvesting activities, conducted with skill and respect, were simply one component in this vast, interconnected system, removing a portion of the precious melange while allowing the cycle to continue unbroken. In this balanced relationship between taking and preserving, between profit and sustainability, lay the essence of successful life on Arrakis. The off-world corporations, with their massive equipment and brute force approaches, might extract greater quantities in the short term, but often at the cost of disrupting the very processes that created the spice they sought. Native crews like his own, working with deeper understanding and more measured methods, maintained the delicate equilibrium that ensured continued harvest for generations to come. As consciousness faded into sleep, these philosophical considerations gave way to the simple physical awareness of earned rest. Muscles relaxing after a day of focused attention, mind quieting in preparation for tomorrow's demands. Outside, the desert night continued its own ancient patterns. Temperature falling, small creatures emerging from daytime hiding places, the great worms moving through their mysterious journeys beneath the sand. The rhythm of life on Arrakis continued, unchanged by the brief activities of the humans who sought its treasures. The planet's harsh beauty, its uncompromising challenges, and its precious rewards remained constant, a testing ground that shaped those who would engage with it, demanding respect and offering sustenance to those who approached with appropriate understanding. In the quiet darkness of the outpost, the harvesting crew rested, their day's work complete, their contribution to the intricate dance of human and planetary needs fulfilled for another cycle. Tomorrow would bring new terrain to assess, new deposits to gather, new potential dangers to navigate. The endless process of harvesting the most valuable substance in the known universe from one of its most unforgiving environments. And in this continuous engagement with the fundamental realities of Arrakis, its dangers and its gifts, its challenges and its beauty, lay a particular kind of fulfillment available only to those who had learned to move in harmony with the desert's ancient rhythms, not conquering or subduing, but participating, taking what was needed while preserving what sustained the cycle itself. This was the essence of the spice harvester's life, a careful balance maintained day after day under the burning suns of Dune. As sleep finally claimed him completely, Zaid carried this understanding not as conscious thought, but as deeply ingrained instinct, the accumulated wisdom of a lifetime spent in relationship with the desert and its precious melange. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly overhead, marking the passage of night across the endless dunes. The wind shifted subtly, carrying microscopic spice particles across vast distances. Somewhere beneath the surface, the processes that created the most valuable substance in the Imperium continued their ancient cycles, unaffected by the brief human activities that had unfolded above. In this continuity, this persistence of natural patterns despite human intervention, lay the true story of Arrakis. A world that gave of its treasures reluctantly, demanded respect consistently, and shaped those who would engage with it into something both harder and more reverent than they had been before encountering its harsh embrace. Tomorrow, Crew 7 would rise before dawn and return to the sands, continuing their part in this ancient relationship between planet and people. They would harvest the spice with skill and care, navigate the dangers with practiced vigilance, and maintain the balance that allowed both their survival and the desert's enduring cycles. And in this rhythmic dance of taking and preserving, of profit and sustainability, of human need and planetary process, they would find not just their livelihood, but their identity. Harvesters of the precious melange, caretakers of the delicate balance, and ultimately, children of Dune itself. As our journey across the sands of Arrakis comes to a close, the whispers of the desert will give way to the gentle crackling of fire and soothing ambient sounds. These calming elements will continue throughout your rest, without any interruption from advertisements, creating a sanctuary for your dreams to unfold. May the waters of your tribe grant you peaceful slumber, and may the spice streams guide you through the night. Until we meet again beneath the twin moons of Dune, I bid you good night, my fellow travelers of the great desert. Sleep well, and remember, The spice must flow, but now it is time for you to rest.